respected participants, welcome to last day of our Congress. And we are starting now with the invited speaker sections. And first presentation is going to be held by Professor Dr. Abdelhanine Ayat. He is from University of Bejaja, Department of Environmental and Biological Sciences, Algeria. And he is going to make his presentation today about pregnancy-associated glycoproteins, biochemical and physiological aspects. Dear Ayat, thank you very much for accepting our offer to make presentation here. And we are happy to listen your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Akarov. It's good.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will try to chart the diapo.
Je peux te aider?
We have the slide in your computer.
Nous pouvons voir votre slide, mais it is okay. Can you change it? Can you try to change it? We can see your slides. It's not a problem.
Yes.
Now the problem is you have to be able to change your slides. Just you can click on the left part, or you can make it full screen.
No, it's okay. No.
In your computer, it is full screen now. No, you can change. You can change. You can change manually. It's okay.
It's okay.
We see now the history of the pregnancy diagnosis, the second slide. Now it is once. You can change it by yourself.
It's okay maintenant.
It's okay. C'est parfait.
Okay.
Tu peux commencer.
Ok. Je vais juste... Thank you very much, Professor Akaroz. I will thank to scientific committee, especially Professor Akaroz, for your invitation as speaker in the second International Congress on Biological and Health Science. So my presentation will be on the pregnancy-associated glycoprotein biochemical and physiological aspects. In the first, I will start with some historical facts. Since Antiquity, the man has been interested in detecting pregnancy in women. That is 1600 years before Christ in Egyptian. The test is based on the urine of women supposed pregnant. If the germination of grains is fast, that is pregnant. And in the case when the germination is slowly, that is non-pregnant.
Dear Professor Hanine, sorry for interrupting you. Your slide is not changing. Can you change it by manually? We see now the first slide.
I don't know, understand your...
Maintenant, nous pouvons voir votre...
Vous ne voyez pas mes diapos. You can see me, my presentation.
Yes, we can see, but you have to change every time the next slide. Tu dois changer chaque fois the prochain slide.
Attendez, je vais faire un essai.
Nous pouvons voir votre slide numéro 2, 3.
Now it's 4 slide. No,
it is not in. We can do it so. Just to full screen at the bottom of your presentation. There is a number 71. Just click on it 2 times. Do you see at the bottom and right side there is a icon. Can you click on it 2 times? Then afterwards go upside. Then
just a moment. It's okay.
Tu dois cliquer le bouton vert.
Le bouton vert. Ah. Okay.
Après, tu dois choisir votre présentation.
It's okay.
Now, tu dois cliquer the full screen. Yes. Tu dois trouver le bouton vert. Up. Tu dois rechoisir. There is deux options. Perfect. We can voir maintenant. Nous pouvons voir votre présentation maintenant.
I can start my presentation.
Yes.
Okay. My voice, it's perfect.
Yes, it is also okay. Just try to change your slide. Yes, everything's fine.
Okay. I start. In the first, my presentation is the pregnancy-associated glycoproteins, biochemical and physiological aspects. In the first slide, it's some historical facts. Since antiquity, man has been interested in detecting pregnancy in women. That is 600 years ago before Christ in Egyptian. The test is based on the urine of human supposed pregnant. If the germination of grains is fast, that is pregnant. But in the case when the germination is slowly, that is not pregnant. So several molecules were discovered and using the diagnosis of pregnancy in mammals. For example, in human, HCG, horses, PMSG. After that, in 1982, some glycoprotein could be released in maternal blood and used for pregnancy diagnosis. The next slide represents the Benecliate cells migration in the cow placenta. One Benecliate we can see on the figure, one figure Benecliate cells, 2 contact with microvilli, 3 fusion with the maternal cells, and 4 granule exostesis, and 5 trinucleate cells with reduced cytoplasm and dense nucleus, and 6 cells reabsorbed by the trophoctoderm. Now, what is the pregnancy-associated glycoprotein PAG? A glycoprotein are synthesized in the cotyledon placenta of different human species. Regarding the characteristic of PAG, we can say that is stable in vivo, and PAG have a half-life 8 days approximately. Not bigger. It is a mistake. PAG of in the slide represent some characteristic of PAG are multigenes family of proteins belonging to aspartic proteinase family, as pepsin and chymosin, and they have been supposed to play a role in maternal recognition of pregnancy and modulation of immunity. Also, PAG concentration reflects to trophoblast function. In this slide represents characteristic of PAG. We can say that is stable in vivo, and PAG have a half-life 8 days approximately, not degraded by red blood cells. Therefore, it is not necessary to centrifugate just after taking blood. Also, it is possible to measure the PAGs in milk samples in cow, sheep, and goat. In veterinary practice, the measurement of PAG molecules in peripheral maternal circulation has been used for both pregnancy confirmation. It is very useful, and follow-up of the trophoblastic function, for example, to detect physiology and pathology aspects. The next slide shows the values of sensitivity and specificity, positive and negative predictive value of the PAG assay. We remark that the values of these parameters range from 81 to 100%. Just one observation: sometimes the specificity never reach 100 due to the embryonic mortality. So I will present you some studies on pregnancy detection. In this slide, this is the PAG profile of heifer during the first 16 days after artificial insemination, using the 3-area radioimmunoassay system. As you see it, that PAG concentration increased from day 20 after artificial insemination. After then, the concentration increased progressively until day 60. This slide is saying that the previously PAG molecules first appeared in the maternal blood in detectable concentration at 18 and 22 days after artificial insemination. But one difference, the PAG concentration were higher in both heterologous system than homologous system 2 and 3, but area 1 it's so I must remind you that the threshold of positivity is 0.8 nanogram per ml. It is a pregnant female. PAG concentration before 25 days after artificial insemination were not detectable. However, from this day, 25, the PAG value increase, as you see it. The individual PAG profiles of pregnancy however measured by area 2 and 3 are presented in this slide. PAG concentration measured by the 3 area system were increased intensively from 60 to 250 days of pregnancy, with the exception of some point at the detection limit of the test. The PAG concentration measured by the area 2 and 3 were higher than those of area. It is the same observation compared with the previously slide. As you can see in the slide, as you can see, the concentration of PAG gradually increases just after calving until the concentration is undetectable in maternal blood. So after calving, serum PAG concentration decrease continuously and return below the detection threshold, inferior 0.2 nanogram per ml between the 80 and 120 day postpartum. During this period, the PAG is feasible for the diagnosis of pregnancy, provided that the calving insemination interval is greater than 70 days. The period required of PAG to become undetectable in the maternal circulation appears to be due to the long half-life of this glycoprotein, which has been estimated to range from 7 to 8 days in cows. Now I will present you some studies on embryonic or fetal mortalities. In this slide, we have cow 31, 29. The gestation was normal was normal in after artificial insemination, day 0. The corpus luteum forms normally, and the progesterone concentration remains elevated until day 56. The embryonic days that occur between day 35 and day 56 after checking by ultrasonographic examination, and the PAG concentration decrease. In this example, the maintenance of corpus luteum activity until at last the 56th day explains the absence of return to estrus after embryonic day. In second cow, 35-70. The evolution is similar, but the embryonic mortality is early between days 30 and 38. The progesterone concentration decrease faster. In this slide, the curve 3369. In this example, the retrospective analysis of progesterone and pH concentration shows that the artificial insemination performed on day 20 was not justified. The cow being pregnant from the first insemination. This second insemination is probably responsible for the late embryonic mortality that occurred between day 46 and 55 of gestation. The uterine contents were probably infected the second insemination. In the second curve, 3004, the analysis of pH concentrations shows that this female was inseminated near to parturition. This cow were fertilized, but early embryonic mortality occurred between days 28 and 34 post-insemination, rapidly leading to irrigation of corpus luteum activity. This slide shows the pH profile female with spontaneous pregnancy phylum. Although the female was pregnant, checked by palpation rectal at day 49. After then, it is has verified at day 70. The result was negative. This explains that there is spontaneous pregnancy failure. In this slide, pH concentration measured by the area system were increased intensively from day 22 to 95 days of pregnancy. After the day 95, pH concentration fell lightly just before the time abortion, day 144. A smaller peak was detected, and after pH concentration started to decline steadily. The two explained fetuses were positive for Neospora caninum. However, the samples at day 37, 66, 100 were negative.
Dear Professor Dr. Abdelhanine, we are not able to hear your voice. Dear Abdelhanine, are you here? Dear researchers, most probably he has got an internet connection problem. I will demand. I didn't understand. Can you repeat? He has got
the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I will try to contact him. I demand a few minutes of you. Thank you very much for your understanding.
There is a problem of the connection. I will.
Not problem. It can happen due to the internet. It's okay. You have the screen. Okay. You have to make it full screen as previously. Can you remember how did you do it? Or should I describe again?
It's okay.
Actually not. You have to go upside and click please the green button and reselect the
Yes.
presentation. Pas de problème. Tu dois faire full screen. Après, tu dois continuer avec le bouton vert. Tu dois cliquer deux fois.
Deux fois.
Deux fois. Après, tu dois choisir votre présentation. Tu as deux options. Tu dois choisir slide show.
Okay. It's okay?
Actually, you can see in your screen. Just go upside.
My voice, it's okay?
Your voice is okay, yeah?
Yes. I repeat this slide. During the observation period, this cow did not express detectable level of progesterone, and retrospectively, the concentration of progesterone indicate the lack of the inactive corpus luteum. This pathology, often observed in North countries in winter, was described as functional anestrus. However, an embryo transfer was performed at day 7 after the sign of the last oestrus. At day 52, new signs of oestrus were recorded. Around day 18, a small peak was observed in the PAG constellation and decade. Thereafter, the PAG levels started to decrease till the end of the observation period. These profiles show a very early synthesis of PAG associated with a short period of expression. The embryo could not survive in the oestrus due to the lack of progesterone. Now, I will present you one study of after clonage. So, several authors have demonstrated that following embryo manipulation programs, such as cloning, nuclear transfer, etc., most newborn do not show any particular anomaly. Some of them may be overweight, high at birth, with or not associated with the presence of morphological abnormalities such as umbilical cord edema and placental hypertrophy. This alteration seem to be responsible for very high placental protein concentration at the end of gestation. Similarly, the presence of malformed embryo resulting from the genetic alteration during embryonic development can be characterized by excessively high concentration of PAG, which exceeded 12,000 nanogram per ml in a case followed by Ectos and collaborator. In this slide, present one study of effects of under nutrition.
Dear Professor, I'm really sorry interrupting you.
I will finish it by just 2 slides.
No, we cannot see the next slide. Just click on the slide. Which one? We see now the slide 23.
23.
We are seeing now 23, but you are in the next slides, I think.
It's good.
Actually,
25.
But we are seeing now 23.
23.
Yeah, we are seeing now 23. Just click left side. Just in the left side, just click.
I'm here in the slide 24.
But we cannot see it. It is seen now 23. And now we can see. Now we can see. Yeah.
It's okay?
Yes, okay. Mm-hmm.
In the final example of an atypical profile of PAG concentration was described in the Azawak Zebu breed, often faced with a nutrition deficiency during gestation. We can see in the slide. The next, this situation specifically concerns a cow whose body condition has steadily deteriorated during this gestation. PAG levels were 3 to 3.5 times higher than control cows in the same study. In summary, we can say that the concentration of pregnancy-associated glycoprotein can help in farmers for pregnancy diagnosis in cow, sheep, and goat, and isolated or in conjunction with other sero-diagnoses such as brucellosis, leukosis. In veterinaries, when developing rectal palpation or ultrasound investigation in order to confirm diagnosis pregnancy and in pregnancy with mummified fetus, etc. And in researchers, when studied the embryonic or fetal mortality, the consequence of disease and of nutrition. I conclude my presentation with this slide that represents the period of gestation 9 months with different intervention of veterinary by artificial insemination or embryonic mortality. Embryo transfer, and we can pregnancy diagnosis by clinical or assay, for example, PAG, progesterone, in order to detect early embryonic mortality, late embryonic mortality, and some pathology, abortion, mummification, maceration, and also newborn with excessive or insufficient weight. Thank you for attention. I finish it.
Thank you very much, dear Professor, for your nice presentation. Dear respected participants, do you have any question to the presentation of the Professor Dr. Abdelhanne Ayat? You can also, dear Professor, can you share your email address in the chat box? Maybe the researchers would like to make some collaboration with you in this area. Thank you very much. And we are continuing now with the next presentation. The presentation is going to be done by Professor Dr. Corina Marina Pascu, and she is from Romania, from Banat University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine. First of all, thank you very much, dear Professor, for accepting our offer. It will be very nice to listen your presentation. Your presentation is about the epidemiology, and we are happy to listen you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this Congress, Dr. Ulash, for your kind invitation, which really honor me. It's a real pleasure to be with you. I did not intend to keep my presentation a secret, but I hope it will be a very interesting subject, because we will discuss about coronaviruses, and this is a hot subject, and all these years we have heard about this subject. So I will start my presentation. Okay. So I will discuss something about infections with coronaviruses in wildlife animal. It's very difficult to make some investigation in this species, wildlife animals, because it's a special group of animals. First, I would like to present a very short taxonomy of coronaviruses. We talk about Coronaviridae family with these two subfamilies. Letoviridae, it's a new one subfamily which contain only one genus, alpha letovirus, and Orthocoronaviridae with these four genera, alpha, beta, delta, and gamma coronavirus. Genera alpha contains viruses that infect humans, domestic animals, and here we talk about dogs, cats, or pigs, and bats. Genera beta contain 4 types, A, B, C, and D. These 3 coronaviruses, and we talk about SARS-CoV-2, MERS, or SARS-CoV, belongs to the type B. Beta coronaviruses infects humans, also bats, camels, rodents, and hedgehogs. Alpha and beta coronaviruses derive from the viral genes of bats. Delta genera include only viruses which are isolated from birds, and gamma genera include viruses that are isolated from birds and marine mammals. These 2 last genera, delta and gamma coronaviruses, derived from the avian and swine virus genes. In the coronavirus epidemiology, wildlife animals may be present as asymptomatic carriers or as animals with clinical signs, but both categories transmitting the viruses to humans, but transmission is done interspecies in general. In wild animals cases, humans represents the main source of infections, so we can say and we can discuss about zooanthroponosis in many cases. In the next minutes, I will present the main infection with coronaviruses that are described and produce pandemics in the last years. And I will start with this one, severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2. The first mention of this virus was in Wuhan, in China, in November 2019. The transmission of the virus can be done directly, even if exist fewer opportunities for transmission from humans to wild animals. Some activities which require direct contact, such as wild fauna rehabilitation, field research, conservational practice, and tourism related by wild animals, can present a significant risk. Also, the indirect transmission may be done when where exist human contamination opportunities of the environment, supplementary feeding, or urban garbage or fomites. SARS-CoV-2 infections are present in a wide range of wild animals and countries, as you can see on these slides. The highest number of the cases of wildlife species affected were registered in the United States. According to the information taken from the World Animal Health Organization website, in the last 2 months of 2021, in October, were declared 16 outbreaks present in 6 countries, and which affect 10 animal species, both domestic and wild. In November 2021, the number of outbreaks were 6, present in 4 countries, and were affected only 3 animal species. But in December, the same year, were declared 24 outbreaks in 11 countries, and with 8 animal species affected. There is very little evidence to support the persistence of SARS-CoV-2 infection in wildlife population. The host animal responsible for initial spread of humans remains unknown, although phylogenetic analysis suggests that the ancestor of the virus that gave rise to SARS-CoV-2 pandemics may have circulated in Rhinolophus bats for at least several decades. The circulation of SARS-CoV-2 in a population of wild animals may lead to the evolution of phenotypic variants as the virus adapt to the new species, with implication for transmissions. Many of the known coronaviruses appear to have a bat origin. The closed known ancestor of SARS-CoV-2 was isolated for a rhinolophed bat in China, and other closely related coronaviruses has been identified in Southeast Asia. MERS, or SARS-CoV originated also in bats, being transmitted by dromedary camels and civets to humans. With bats, the pangolins, which are used in China, especially for food and for traditional medicine, has been accused of transmitting the virus to humans. Options are still divided, with students which support this, while others believe that SARS-CoV-2 cannot be descendant of the virus, which was isolated from pangolins, and it's called Pangolin Coronavirus due the large genetic variations. Opportunities for the transmission of pathogens between bats and humans may arise through action to bat keepers, veterinarians, ecologists, researchers, and through accidental contact with humans resulting from deforestation, mining, or ecotourism. SARS-CoV-2 surveillance in bats could be targeted at animals in close proximity to humans, such as undergoing rehabilitation before release, those held in captivity, or used for research purposes. Priority bat population for surveillance may include those housed in buildings or in public spaces where accidental contact with human is more likely to be occurred. Another species which is affected by infection with coronaviruses, we talk about Felidae, and here you can see how many species of this family are affected, and the felines are the most sensitive species at infection with coronaviruses with a severe evolution, clinical evolution. In this species, we can talk about zooanthroponosis because in the wild, these feline tend to be solitary, are much less numerous, and rarely come into contact with humans. So they would not be expected to contribute to the persistence of the virus. The transmission the virus are demonstrated only in zooparks, in captive wild felines, and this transmission are be done from keepers or veterinarians which were positive at infection with SARS-CoV-2. The animals present respiratory symptoms, and these symptoms may be mild, cough, sneeze, discharge, appetite loss, or lethargy, but was described in a severe evolution with neurological symptoms in a lion, a male, which was 19-year-old, and unfortunately it recommended euthanasia due to severe evolution. Canids. Clinical signs in domestic dogs generally appear to be mild, only limited with viral shedding. Evidence to date suggests that further transmission between dogs and or to other species is unlikely. However, this may not necessarily be true for wild canids. For example, raccoon dogs have been shown to be susceptible to experimental infection with SARS-CoV-2 and is capable to transmit the virus further. The susceptibility of other wild canids, such as foxes and jackals, is unknown. But in the case of red foxes, the presence of this receptor ACE2 demonstrates that this canine species is susceptible to infection. Subsequent transmission among free-living canids will most likely be where they live in groups and packs with high density, such as in urban dog populations. The mustelids. Wild mustelids generally occur at a relatively low density, and with few exceptions are largely solitary, with contact between adult animals is usually limited to the mating seasons. In general, mustelids are very receptive and sensitive at infection with SARS-CoV-2. A notable exception is the European badgers, Meles meles, which lives in social groups of variable size and reaches high density in some localities. For example, was registered this density of 38 animals per kilometer squares in southern England. In United Kingdom and Ireland, these species may be the subject of management intervention and cooling traps, vaccination, or relocation, and all these could facilitate the virus transmission and provide opportunities for surveillance. Another mustelids, minks, and another species, also we talk here about zoanthroponosis. And regarding minks, maybe you have I'm sure you know about the evolution, the outbreaks in mink farms, and in these farms were described these risk factors. So we talk about high animal density and the distance between farms, which are very short, and all these factors permit the transmission of the virus very quickly. Also in this animal, the source of infections were represented by infected humans. The evolution was asymptomatic or mild, and the surveillance was based on the ban of mink farms and the studies of and observation of population of mustelids. Non-human primates, and here we talk about the great apes. It's very known that large wild apes are highly susceptible to many human viral pathogens with human-borne respiratory infection, which are causing diseases that pose a significant threat to the conservation of wild population in sub-Saharan Africa. It shows high susceptibility to SARS-CoV-2 in primates. And this is confirmed by results of different experimental studies and natural acquired infection which are present in animal in captivity. So far, SARS-CoV-2 infection in great apes has only been confirmed in a group of captive gorillas, all of which develop clinical signs, but mostly mild, and consisting in cough, nasal discharges, and only in one case was described a pneumonia in a male, which has other problems, cardiac problems, but this animal was healed. The source of infection of all these animals was represented by keepers, of course, positive for SARS-CoV-2. The transmission between animals also was demonstrated that it's possible because the virus can be put in evidence in feces and nasal swabs. Strict health surveillance and vaccination of tourists, researchers, and conservation workers who may come into close contact with primates improve hygiene, use of protective equipment, and safe separation with quarantine measures in case of animal movement are required. A vaccine developed to immunize great apes has been demonstrated to other species of primates, for example, to bonobos, which is a chimpanzee species, and orangutanus. And this approach could also be applied during rehabilitation and to free-ranging primates. The choice of surveillance approach should be strongly influenced by the main purpose, which is early detection of infection, demonstrating of absence of infection, and of course, presence of mapping of infection distribution. And all these goals must be correlated with the expected prevalence of the disease, the evolution, the type of evolution, the numbers, the distribution, the accessibility of the species, the financial resources, the personnel, and the facilities for sampling collection, transport, and processing. The surveillance in wild animals for SARS-CoV-2 is a challenge because we discuss about wildlife animals. We talk about the limitation of diagnostic tests, an absence of validated tests for wild animals, and the difficulty in conducting sampling methods. The wildlife surveillance should also be integrated with wider public and animal health strategy to provide information and to understand how the virus can be transmitted between humans and animals. It is also essential that all necessary precautions are taken to ensure that surveillance activity do not expose wildlife to risk of infection, and the public message related to SARS-CoV-2 are managed to avoid impact of animal welfare. The sampling methods can be different, depends on the goals, maybe random and systematic. Any surveillance strategy in wildlife should include notification of confirmed cases to the OIE via the World Animal Health Information System, and collection and reporting of epidemiological data must be done at local, regional, and national level. Also, we can have a surveillance by testing. ELISA can be used for a large number of animals by required validation, including determination of sensitivity and specificity for the species to be tested. Here we have advantages and disadvantages because we talk about this cross-reaction with other coronaviruses. So not all ELISA types may be useful for this test. Also, we can use another methods and you try to detect the viral RNA by PCR and different types of samples, or we can use rapid tests. The second pandemic coronavirus, it's about Middle East Respiratory Syndrome coronavirus, or MERS-CoV. Is a new coronavirus which discovered in 2012 and is responsible for acute respiratory syndrome in humans. Although not yet confirmed, multiple phylogenetic and different surveillance studies suggest also a bat origin. The disease is endemic in dromedary camels in East Africa and the Middle East. It is unclear when the virus was introduced to dromedary camels, but data from studies investigating stored dromedary camel sera and the geographic distribution of the dromedary camel population suggests that the virus was present in this population several decades ago. Although the bats and alpacas may serve as a potential reservoir for MERS-CoV, dromedary camels appears to be the only animal host which is responsible for spreading human infection. If we talk about surveillance in this species, we talk about vaccines which are produced and which offer a local immunity with the presence of neutralizing antibodies and allow viral excretion. The third pandemic virus, severe acute respiratory coronavirus. The first report infection were in 2002, also in China. And also in this case, the originated of this virus is represented by bats. Two species which are used for food, and here we talk about civet and raccoon dogs or tanuki, have been implicated in the transmission of the infection in humans. A correlation between civet and SARS-CoV was confirmed when the virus was isolated from the cage where the animal was kept, and the SARS positive human person which is working in the restaurant. The measures which are taking in the region of China in Guangdong was killing more than 3,000 captive civets and 665 other wild animals, and to ban the sale and consumption of the civet meat. Only a few words about other coronaviruses, because not only these three coronaviruses are involved in the pathology of wild animals. Feline coronavirus, it's known that produce two diseases, and we talk about feline infectious peritonitis and coronaviral enteritis. Antibodies were detected in wild species, in free lions and in captive cheetah. The species which is affected are, you can see, are a lot of species. The clinical evolution include chronic diarrhea, with mild or severe evolution, weight loss, depression, and anorexia. And the control of this infection, it's very difficult because we have these carrier animals, which are permanent source of infection for other animals. Canine coronavirus. Also, we have a lot of wildlife species which is affected. And a study which are made between 2009 and 2017 about this infection in wild canine shows that evolution is also digestive, and was identified coronavirus type 2, which is responsible for fatal evolution in domestic puppies. Erinaceous coronavirus was isolated in two species, and here we talk about the European and Amur hedgehog. And it seems that coronavirus prevalence in these animals is higher than in rabbits, rodents, and also in bats. The clinical evolution, it's a digestive symptoms with high amount of virus which are eliminated through feces. In the European part of Russia, there is a significant population of ferrets, and there are two subspecies of Delta coronaviruses that infect him. Here are ferret enterocoronavirus, which produce episodic lateral enteritis with severe evolution in adults, and ferret systemic coronavirus, which produce this pyogranulomatous systemic disease, which symptoms similar to granulomatous form of feline infectious peritonitis, which is produced by feline coronaviruses. Marine mammals coronaviruses was isolated in common seal, in dolphin, and in beluga. The International Committee of Taxonomy of Viruses classified only beluga gamma coronavirus as a species. What are the symptoms which are described? Local infection or enteritis, hepatitis, respiratory symptoms, or severe leukocytosis. So we talk about various symptoms. And the last one, bovine coronavirus, was described in a host range, includes all breeds of cattle and wildlife ruminants. This infection with bovine coronavirus ensured persistence of the virus in nature and spread in other geographical areas and emerge of outbreaks in farm animals because it's possible to transmit it to domestic animals. Infection with this coronavirus was described in giraffe in a zoo park in USA. And thank you for your attention.
Dear Professor Dr. Cornepascu, thank you very much for your nice presentation. It was very interesting subject. And if you allow us, maybe we can share it also in the YouTube channel and many people can see it also later. Yeah. Is there any question, specific question to the presentation of Professor Dr. Cornepascu? And maybe if it is possible, can you share your email address in the chat box? The people can contact you directly.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much again for your support. And the next presentation is going to be had very close friend of me, Assistant Professor Dr. Cafer Yıldırım from Eskişehir Osman Gazi University, from the Research and Application Center about the hippotherapy. It's a very huge project, European project, and he is going to share with us the standards of hippotherapy team. Dear Professor, Assistant Professor Dr. Cafer Yıldırım, thank you very much accepting our offer, and we are happy to listen about your presentation.
Thank you, Professor, Associate Professor Dr. Ulaş Acarız. Dear researchers, participants, and scientific committee, thanks for your excellent organizing about the second International Congress on Biological and Health Sciences. I want to introduce myself. I graduated from Faculty of Veterinarian in Pratt University, and I have many expertise about clinics, animal-basic clinics, and after Directorate of Municipality of Health Department and Directorate of First Aid Training Center and branch in Turkish Red Crescent, Eskişehir City branch. At the same time, I completed my PhD in medical pharmacology in Faculty of Medicine in Eskişehir Osman Gazi University. And when I done my PhD 2017, I started to work in Hippotherapy Research and Application Center and Eskişehir Osman Gazi University Horse Riding Vocational School. We have many applications. We implemented many applications about the biotechnological drugs and products from horse, and we believe that One Health policy topic is very important for horse basic interventions.
Dear Dr. Cafer Yıldırım, I'm sorry. Okay. I have thought your slide doesn't change, but it's changing. Okay.
I didn't change yet. So I want to thank for my team from in our this research. We have many research in this project. I will describe our project goals. Mr. Şükrü Torun is our head of the project board member. He is a neurologist and he is a board member of the complementary therapy in Ministry of Health. And lecturer Ali Ekber'in is a horse trainer in Yıldırım Beyazıt University. And Professor Dr. Uğur Bilge is the director of the Directorate of Health in Eskişehir. And Serdar Koçar is the project coordinator in this project. So when you look at the One Health policy, there are many important topics who will be very important human health. And we very interested with the human-animal bond in this project idea. What is the hippotherapy and what is the our project name? Let's develop networks and create opportunities for hippotherapy. This project, accepted by European Union, aims to increase awareness of hippotherapy in Turkey and strengthen its scientific backgrounds. So we applied to this project idea, direct the European Commission. And this is the unique project which is funded by European Commission, help to reach topics. So we aim to create network for sustainable hippotherapy system, and hippotherapy system needs the standards in hippotherapy team, hippotherapy terminology, hippotherapy guides for horse training, hippotherapy guides for horse health certificate, hippotherapy interventions guide for therapists. Therapist means we are following our health authority, which is Ministry of Health, complementary and integrative therapies description, and legal, basic legal paper. So when you look at the hippotherapy history in not only for Turkey but also all over the world, 1940 hippotherapy interventions started to use in Europe, and since this time there are many good steps for horse sector and final beneficiaries from patients sector. For example, French wild house educated from horse trainer, and nowadays French wild horse is most popular horse for hippotherapy seasons. So 2050 hippotherapy centers have been established for hippotherapy applications. 2060 hippotherapy is becoming widespread in the United States and Canada. And nowadays, United States created their Federation of the Horse-Assisted Therapy as a PET International. 2080, International Disability Equestrian Federation established, and 2004, the first institutional hippotherapy application in Turkey took place, and this Turkish Military Foundation Special Education and Rehabilitation Center. And I want to thank to all the trainer, all the activists who is raising awareness about hippotherapy. For example, veterinarian Taşkın Özdemir. He is a unique person in veterinarian area for international equestrian certificate. And 2019, we created the Hippotherapy Turkey project, was accepted. And this project tried to create a network for collaboration. Effects of the hippotherapy. Hippotherapy is an evidence-based therapy approach implemented by health professionals in which the horse is involved in the process aimed at improving the neuromotor, sensory, cognitive, and psychological functions of the client. This photo created in our hippotherapy center. Why horse used for treatment models? Because horse body temperature, and thanks to this research, which analyzes the horse temperature regional analysis on the horse. So when patients sit in this region, we can use, as a hippotherapy team, use this temperature effects on the client. And other analyses show that from biomechanics, they are important organization for analyzes the biomechanics for horse movement. When you look at the displacement range, displacement balance, horse right foot and left foot, between the right foot and left foot, have important mechanism for percentage of the street. So most important therapy roles, who is called physiotherapist, are using this biomechanics movement on the client. So our therapists want to use why they want to use horse, because there are many features of therapy horses. Sorry. So for example, the therapy horse must be physically and psychologically healthy, and most of the Federation of Hippotherapy have a certificate for confirmation of health, and this team are included from veterinarian and horse trainer checklist. And the therapy horse should have a rhythmic symmetrical wall, should not have defects that will affect biomechanicals. The intent therapy should be of appropriate size. Third, the therapy horse should have a good basic training, easy to guide, should be easy to steer, must be accustomed to external stimuli, voice, movement. So horse trainer is very important for desensitization of the horses. The therapy horse should be open to communicating with people and have a sense of curiosity. He must not have been traumatized in the past. We know that from horse racing or horse jumping sector, most of the horse can have many traumatized about the behavioral problem. The therapy horse should have a calm, moderate, open temperament to learning and new stimuli. Some breeds are more prone to involvement in therapy. What are our most important target group for as a client, as a patient who benefits from hippotherapy? First of all, cerebral palsy or Marshall spasticity, autism spectrum disorder, Down syndrome, multiple sclerosis, post-traumatic stress disorder, speech and development disorders, concentration and perception disorders, behavioral disorders, addiction, and nowadays we are planning to create new studies for integration, new study topics from orthopedics, psychological problems, and Alzheimer, dementia, and Parkinsonism in Turkey. I want to show about our in our project important results, because we have many studies for hippotherapy team standardization and collaboration model in Turkey. There are many good examples before this project in Turkey, but this project show that if we not create a systematical model in Turkey, we couldn't suggest sustainability for hippotherapy. And most important issue is the hippotherapy team. For hippotherapy team, about client interventions and applications, we can show hippotherapy practitioners like a physical therapy and rehabilitation specialist, physiotherapist, language speech therapist, occupational therapist, and psychologist. This therapist described by Ministry of Health health workers legal document. So if we want to describe as a therapy, as a treatment for therapy, for hippotherapy, we should put from health sector. And secondly, we need horses for therapy movement and healthy biomechanics. And horse trains is responsible for the training and management of the therapy horse, because horse can have a certificate for hippotherapy availability, but every season, every therapy season, horse behavior can affect any environmental topics like weather, like stress, like a human, like a trainer, like a veterinarian. So a horse trainer should check from checklist before, during, and after therapy seasons. Veterinarians is are very important for therapy, and they are responsible for maintaining the health of the horse. Most of the researchers presented about zoonose disease. So horses have many zoonotic diseases, and also veterinarians can be attention for injection of the horses for if the horses used by hippotherapy season for agitation, for anxiety. So veterinarians interventions should focus on these horses are using as a hippotherapy horses. So we should more attention, and we are creating the veterinarians guidelines. And also volunteers from, I would like to thank for our volunteers from international volunteers and local volunteers. because we are a unique accredited organization for hippotherapy sector in not only Turkey, but also European level. And from beginning of the project to now, probably 20 participants from Italy, Lithuania, Russia, Czech Republic, and Colombia came here, and they learned about the hippotherapy interventions applications. Awareness workers from special needs teachers and civil society activists from autism societies, from cerebral palsy foundations. So we try to create a sustainable hippotherapy team model. And we are organized 3 research studies for a Turkish system. First one organized with 8 mental disorders kids. The second one, 14 doctors who are responsible for COVID-19 clinics. And third one, cerebral palsy group. And we try to complete these groups, and we divide 2 groups. And for all studies, we at the beginning of the project when approved by a European Commission, we applied to Ministry of Health for allow with our experimental studies, and we completed the insurance of all the studies, participants, studies, clients, and I would like to thank all our professor, our academic members from Department of Neurology, Department of Pediatric Neurology, and Department of Medical Pharmacology. And then we applied to Clinic Ethic Rules Committee, and after approved to this committee, we started to use our therapy seasons, start to therapy seasons. And when you look at this picture, you can see language and speech therapist, hippotherapist, physiotherapist, horse holder, horse trainer, and client and psychologist, hippotherapist. So sometimes this is a big operation for client, and our client family look and they report very important background report for client steps, improvements. So the hippotherapy season is planned by the therapist to issue search and suggest goals, because it's up to change. It's up to hippotherapist decisions. It can be changed regarding with the therapy seasons. Seasons can take place on horseback or in the form of ground games, activities in which the horse is included, not only every time on the horse. While ensuring the management of a horse in practice that take place on the horse, in a number of site holders provide support the client on the horse and are included into therapy with the guidance of the therapist. Hippotherapists can be site holders or manage therapy externally. And I want to show all the our audience to only focus on the smiling, because the hippotherapy seasons every time not inside of any building. So the important thing is client can feel very happy, and horse is her or his friends, best friends. So sometimes hippotherapist can focus on the this words empowering for speaking ability. So we are using cell belt for holding the our horse and client holder for safety, and this is the physiotherapist. So sometimes regarding with the studies, sometimes there can be many hypotherapists from language speech therapist and physiotherapist. Sometimes only physiotherapist can have a unique role for client therapy interventions. But when we look at all of our studies in the project, we try to improve a Turkish sustainable model for a hippotherapy system. So a hippotherapy team needs strong collaborations between neurologists, speech language therapists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, brain surgeons, orthopedists, algology surgeons, veterinarians, horse trainers, and special needs teachers, volunteers. This is very important because we can analyze of the client educational steps, improvements, and handicapped people or special needs people and their families. So we try to sign agreements for this collaboration, hippotherapy team collaboration between the different organizations like universities, civil society organizations, governmental organizations, and foundations and associations, so and municipalities also. So we, after signing these agreements, we try to good collaboration between this organization because, for example, one study has totally 24 therapists for 3 months, and we need to get help for car service for bringing to patient, bringing the client and their family from house to hippotherapy center in Eskişehir. So we try to collaboration. We try to create a important collaboration with, for example, Foundation of Social helps under the governmental organization. So they are presenting their car services for our clients, our patients. So this is very important because this is not local project. So we have many discussions with our colleagues from Macedonia, thanks to Professor Ulaş Acores and Halil Biricik, Professor Halil Biricik. They visited with Dean of the Macedonia Veterinarian faculty, and also from Somalia, from Lyon. There are many visitors in our project center from other countries, and we won the special project presentation in HETI Congress in Seoul in 2021 as a from 947 participants. So Turkish system actually will be an important actor when we completed all the improvements. So from Turkey, from Europe, from all over the world join our network so we can create together new innovations related with the European Union, Horizon Europe, and United Nations projects. From beginning to now, network members are extending from universities, governmental organizations, municipalities, civil society organizations, sport clubs for legislation and common goals, because we need the first step, create the legislation approved by the Ministry of Health and connection with Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. So we believe that the standards of hippotherapy team will contribute to hippotherapy research and collaborations and system. One health policy and final beneficiaries suffering from head trauma, brain hemorrhage, lordosis, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, neuromusculoskeletal function loss, Down syndrome, autism, functional loss in sensory nerves, impaired vision, hearing and speech, cognitive disorders, limbic system disorders concerning motivation and concentration, impairment of such nervous system related skills as sitting, psychological disorders. Sustainable hippotherapy system needs a strong legal communication between Ministry of Health and Agriculture and Forest, and next step, Ministry of Family will be very important French governmental organization for foundation system and insurance system. And also Ministry of Education related with the RAM system for therapy supporting interventions. You can follow us. I can share with yours our results, our publications, our guidelines. If you save your mail address in our website, and you can follow our social media and website. Thank you very much. I'm very thankful for speech opportunities, Professor Ulaş Acures and all the scientific team. Thank you very much.
Dear Professor Dr. Cafer Yıldırım, thank you very much for your nice presentation. It was very interesting subject for the audience, and maybe they would like to make also some collaboration with you. They have seen your email address, but if you can write your email address in the chat box,
sure.
Then it is easier to contact you, I think. Thank you very much again for your support to the Congress.
Thank you very much. But I'm writing my email address.
Okay. Dear respected researchers, we will continue with the next presentation, and the next presentation is going to be held by Dr. Theodor Vintila from Romania, from Banat University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine. His area is environmental. His area is about the environment, and today we are going to listen his presentation about the biorefinery integrated in circular economy. Dear Professor, thank you very much for inviting our offer, and we are happy to listen your presentation.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Also, you can see my slide, right?
Yes, we can see.
And I change it? Is it changed?
It is changing.
Okay, good. So from technical point of view, we are good.
Yes.
Thank you for inviting me to the Congress. Thank you for organizers, and I appreciate the quality of all the presentation and this organization of very extensive works and touching this field of health and biological science. I will make a presentation focused more on biological science and engineering, because I'm in the field of industrial biotechnology, industrial microbiology, and biorefinery. My fields are in the connected to biofuels, biogas, and circular bioeconomy. Because all the world it's focused on changing. Our society it's in changing. We try to exit the industrial revolution and go into the bioeconomy, and we are focused on sustainable approaches to heal the world and to be more green related to our planet. This concept of green is also connected with, let's say, financial issues. From this point of view, European Union have developed this Green Deal with 10 areas. As you see, these 10 areas are well, let's say, connected with biodiversity, biotechnology to prevent pollution, to produce renewable energy, also empowering citizens in this transition to sustainable economy. The energy is a very, very important resource, and all the world you see it's let's say very focused on energy resources. Renewable energy, it's what we seek to grow. As you see, it's the only energy source that it's growing very, very steady in the last decades. We reached around 14–15% of energy production from renewables, and from these renewables we have the highest share. It's provided by biomass from the whole biomass, from the whole energy production in the world. So biomass, it's basically we can see it as an energy resource, and it's very important from the security energy point of view. Energy security, yes, because each country can provide energy from biomass. Our university, it's located in Timișoara, Romania, in the western part, and we are blessed with these hectares of land where we can make research and also production. Our university have, of course, laboratories and the campus located in the proximity of fields, of experimental fields. This is part of the campus, and we try to see this biomass as feedstock for bioeconomy. We try to produce biomass, we try to convert it into biochemicals, into products, into energy carriers as biofuels. And here you can see some of our works together with some of our students. We approach this research in laboratory scale and also in pilot scale. And our paradigm in research is that biomass it's actually a battery that stores solar energy, because all these stories start with this ability of plants to take energy from sun, to take water, to take CO2, and to connect these three elements together and deliver glucose, cellulose, and actually lignocellulosic biomass, which is the most abundant feedstock on this planet. We can have, we focus on research of this biomass as a feedstock in the field of preservation and extraction of sugars from biomass, treatment and hydrolysis of lignocellulose, fermentation, so conversion of sugars into biochemicals like biofuels, polylactic acid for bioplastic polyhydroxyalkanoates, and so on. And further processing of residues, because always there will be some organics residues leftovers after biorefinery, and all these organic, I don't want to call them residues, this organic material are actually still feedstock to produce something else. And the final link should be anaerobic digestion to produce methane, which is the smallest, let's say, energy carrier, CH4. And many people forget, because that from anaerobic digestion, we still have this digestate, which is very valuable fertilizer. So by this, we can close the loop and construct this circular bioeconomy. And in our university, we are focused on agriculture and forestry biomass production, management of farms, farm management, food processing, and waste management, because when you produce food, you have always waste. And after that, we can apply industrial and microbial biotechnology to convert this, let's call it waste from food processing, but are still biochemicals, to produce second generation biofuels and biomaterials. In the field of renewable energy, people in today's economy are very deep focused on electricity, but this let's say one-way thinking, it's very dangerous, because we cannot rely on a single source of or manifestation of energy like electricity. We have to think that we still have industry that are producing thermal engines, and we cannot rely as transport on electricity. We still need thermal engines in transportation, because electric cars, are not that independent on the long way and so on. So we still need to develop this biofuels sector, and to not rely only on electricity, because we have this feedstock, we have this technology that it's already mature, and we can use it further. So in our university, we have a biorefinery power station containing biodiesel facility, as here, and biodiesel reactor. And also we have a line to produce ethanol, because ethanol is in these days used in all spark engine, thermal engine. Up to 30%, we can remove gasoline up to 30% from the pump in all engines. And in flex fuel technology, we can remove 85% from gasoline, and to put instead of that ethanol. So we can have E85 as ethanol. But ethanol should be produced not from food and feed crops, but from other types of materials. So in any car, you can put this flex fuel device, which is very easy. It's just a sensors of ethanol that goes into the tank, and according to ethanol content into the gasoline, the engine is regulated to use that fuel mixture of gasoline and ethanol. So it's very easy technology. It can be put in all cars after 2007 construction. So we are focused on this type of molecule, which is sugar from cellulose, because cellulose is just a manifestation of glucose. So we should apply this biotechnology to extract these sugars from cellulose, and of course we have to apply pretreatment, hydrolysis, and after that fermentation of hydrolyzate to produce biochemicals. We are focused on some plants, and one of these crops is sweet sorghum, because it delivers a high quantity of dry matter biomass, up to 40 tons of biomass per hectare, and also it contains sugar, which is the main energy carrier in biorefinery. So we can process the sweet sorghum to, of course, to mill it, and after that to extract sweet juice by pressing. You see here a press in laboratory, and down a press in the pilot station, our pilot station. So you can see the sweet juice pouring from just pressing the stems as sugar cane. Sweet sorghum is very similar with sugar cane. It can be cultivated in temperate areas as in Europe. So we can have around 1/2 of liter of sweet juice from 1 kilogram of sorghum of biomass. And this sweet juice contains around 16 degree Brix. So it's almost as a grape juice, as sweet. So we can make sweetener by concentration of this sweet juice, and this sweetener is very widely used as syrup, sweetener syrup in food industry. But also we can have these residues that are last after pressing, and this residues is basically the lignocellulose. So lignocellulose, we have made pretreatment and hydrolysis, and you see here how deep it hydrolyzes the lignocellulose, applying microwave alkali and other type of pretreatments, and hydrolysis with enzymes, cellulitic enzymes, and after that fermentation of hydrolysates to produce ethanol, lactic acid, butanol, and so on. And also we are carrying that in laboratory, but also in pilot biorefinery, as you see here in this picture, our pilot biorefinery in our university. With column to distillate the ethanol, and we can have concentrated ethanol. And also because lignocellulose means hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin, we still have that third type of molecule, which is in biomass, and is lignin. So this lignin you see here in some other researches that can be used in asphalt to replace bitumen. Always there are organics that are left after biorefinery as after distillation, and also after extraction. There are organics left, and all these organics can be converted into the simplest carbon-containing energy carrier, which is methane, by anaerobic digestion. So anaerobic digestion we are making also in laboratory scale, and we see here 15 bioreactors where we can see how these can be converted to the several types of mixtures and materials. into methane, and also biogas can be we can convert it in large scale, because we have developed our own designed anaerobic digester in our university, and here it's under construction. It's a simple horizontal digester made of local materials. Here it's inside of this small digester under construction, and here it's after we have made this digester, and it's basically let's say a playground for our students. The students can see how fermenter can work, and how we can feed. It's located into our didactic farm, teaching farm in university, and we can feed it with materials from the farm. One ongoing project is to construct an energy system made from a photovoltaic and biogas plant, photovoltaic panels and biogas plant, which will deliver around 800 megawatts per year of electric energy for university campus, because photovoltaics are on the roofs of university campus, and the biogas plant it's in the farm that is located near university campus. So it's basically an energy system that will provide an example for smart, sustainable usage of resources for rural area, for example, because a campus, university campus, it's more or less like a rural area with people, and we are blessed with this farm and with these resources, biological resources, that we can use it as feedstock to produce 2 million of cubic meter of methane per year from our residues from the campus and from the farm. This anaerobic digestion plant is located in the this part of the farm, and here is the campus that will take the energy provided by this energy system. We have designed this energy system based on campus consumption. As you see here, the blue bars are baseline consumption of university, and here in the left, the red bars are it's the energy that is produced by biogas digester, and the green bars here in the left below is the energy system that can be produced by photovoltaics on the roofs of the campus. And here the pink bars, it's the sum of biogas and photovoltaics. Of course, in the summer, we will have more energy from photovoltaics, and in the winter, less. So this is the profile of energy production and energy consumption. Of course, we have developed this energy system to not sell the energy, only to consume our energy, because it's more energy, it's more financially attractive to use energy and to not sell it. And also the biogas plant, we can use it as a dispatchable energy system, because when photovoltaics are not producing energy because of the weather, we can fill these gaps with the biogas plant, because we can turn on and off the generator, and we can store the biogas when we want, and to use this biogas to produce the generator, to feed the generator when we need the energy. And also, this is, of course, part of circular bioeconomy, to use everything and to produce fertilizer and from biogas, and to return these fertilizers into the ground to maintain the materials into the economy. Also, we have approached the system to to convert sugars into lactic acid to produce PLA, which is polylactic acid polymers, bioplastic. We found out that we can produce around up to 800 kilograms of lactate per 1 ton of sugar. And of course, all these researchers are connected with, let's say, engineering and technical sciences. As you see, we have managed to make 3D printing with our bioplastic of this symbol of university. The people that have been visited our university maybe recognize this symbol of our university. It's in the campus. So we printed 3D our symbol of university using this bioplastic produced by biotechnology. And also we have used this lignocellulosic ethanol to feed generator to produce electricity. So by cultivation of 1 hectare land of sweet sorghum, in a pessimistic scenario, we can produce 5,800 liters of ethanol plus 1,000 liters of lignocellulosic ethanol, which is about 90,000 kilometers driving of a car, and the residues are can be transformed into methane, enough to provide energy for 7 houses of 140 quadrat meter, and also lactate to replace the plastic waste generated by 360 Romanians, as you see here, if we convert this sugar into bioplastic. So biorefinery can be seen as the heart of circular bioeconomy, because when we try to make a circular economy, we have to connect biological science, health science, engineering to make this circle going round, and to maintain the fertility of the soil, because the soil is basically the main resources, and if the soil is sick, then we cannot produce any more biomass, even we have sun, water, and so on. So we have to think of recirculating these organics and put it back, this humus into the soil, and to maintain fertility. So we have to be very careful, and we need to understand the impact of our findings in science and how this affect environment and global economy. And we don't want for sure this type of future, but maybe we like this type of green future. So we should focus on bioeconomy and circular bioeconomy, because we still are in the age of oil and industrial revolution. But as you see, the former Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia said that the Stone Age did not end of lack of stone, and oil age will end long before the world runs out of oil. So I agree with this. These are part of our research that have been already studied. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Dear Professor Dr. Theodor Vintila, thank you very much for your nice presentation. And dear respected participants, do you have any specific question to the Dr. Theodor Vintila? Maybe if you may, can you write your email address in the chat box, dear Professor? The researchers would like to contact you for possible research activities, if it is possible. Thank you very much again for your support. It was very nice to listen you in this platform, and thank you very much again for your collaboration.
Thank you. Success to everybody.
Thank you very much. Dear respected participants, today's last speaker is Associated Professor Dr. Saim Ahmad. He is from University of Hale, College of Applied Medical Sciences, Saudi Arabia, and his speech is about the impact of criticalization in metabolic disorders. Dear Professor, thank you very much for your presence and for your support to our Congress. We will happy to listen your presentation.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. So let's share the slide. So can you see the slide?
Actually, no, we only see your desktop. Dear Professor, can you hear me? I'm stopping it. First, you have to open your presentation, dear Professor.
Okay.
First, open your presentation.
Can you see now?
No, just open your presentation. I will say to you what to do. Then go to the Zoom window. Then in the Zoom, at the bottom of the window, there is a green button. Just click on this green button 2 times. Then you will see on your screen your presentation. Just select it.
Can you see now?
No, dear Professor. Dear Professor, I am explaining to you. Just first open your presentation. Afterwards, just go to the Zoom window. At the bottom, of the screen, there is a green button. Just click on it.
Okay.
Just click the green button. Afterwards, you will have another window. In this window, you have to change. You should change your presentation. You should find your presentation. Yes. It's coming. It is coming now.
You see?
Dear Professor, we see your.
I have shared it.
You have shared your screen, dear Professor. You can send us your presentation. We can share from here. Just send.
Okay.
Just send it from WhatsApp or from the mail. We can do it here from here.
Okay. Send.
Just send it to us, and we can open it.
Okay.
Dear Professor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just WhatsApp you.
Did you send it from the WhatsApp or from which platform?
From the WhatsApp.
Okay. I didn't get it. Not yet.
Yeah, I'm sending it. So
You have succeeded to make your screen. It's perfect.
It's available now.
It is available. We can see your presentation now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me. Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Thank you for the patience. I am really sorry for the technical glitch. I am really thankful to Dr. Ulas Ecker, who gave me this opportunity to take talk on effect of glycation metabolic disorders. And right now I am in Saudi Arabia, University of Hyle, but this was done when I was back in India. So let us introduction of the glycation. So talk about the glycation. So glycation is a very slow and continuous process of proteins with its conversions to be amide carbons and advanced glycation end product. And this glycation reaction has a very impact on the different types of metabolic disorders, be it mellitus, atherosclerosis, cardiovascular diseases, even the. So today I will give you a hint about the role of glycation in the chemistry of diabetes, as well as small hint of associated with the glycation reaction. So glycation reaction, they are not only formed in vivo, like by the hyperglycemic condition, sugar, content of simple sugar in diets, low fiber diets, sedentary lifestyle. But it also in the if the food is cooked at high temperature, then there will be the development of glycation, the glycation in food product, and we consume those food products, we will accumulate those advanced glycation product. So I will show you how the AGEs, that is advanced glycation end products, are formed. But the plethora of reports, there are many which are called glycation and diabetes mellitus. So this is the schematic representation which is available here. You can see it can be reached out through the methylation, through the polyol, through the oxidation. And through the Maillard reaction, you will see that when the molecule is attached to proteins or nucleates, glycoprotein, so the arrangement to form a base. And once this shift base is formed, it further undergoes a rearrangement to form a product. So amide product is formed, it cannot go by. But amide product has one is the formation of advanced glycation products. Some of the advanced glycation products are CML, that is carboxymethyl lysine. Then we have EL, carboxymethyl pyridine. Then more have glycosylation dimer, pentosine, CML, and gold. Gold is glycosylation dimer. So these are the addition, some of the known glycation end products. apart from the Maillard reaction, which was named after the name, two other pathways which the advanced glycation can be formed. One through the Pol pathway, or we can say the sorbitol pathway, which converts glucose into the fructose. From fructose, it has threads, triphosphate isomerase, and ketone bodies. Then the fructose kinase will result into the formation of these three carbon sheets, glucose. And if you are the reactivity of the glycosyl and 3-glucosone with the glucose, we will find these three reactive carbonyl species are very reactive to the base sugar. And another pathway through which the advanced glycation end products are formed is through the lipid peroxidation, and lipid peroxidation into the ROS generation through the transition metal. And there is the 7 unsaturated fatty acids on the main lipids, which undergo lipid peroxidation. And through the lipid PS, there is the chances of the advanced end products. So what will happen end products is formed? See, the AGEs, abbreviation of the advanced end products, receptor for advanced glycation end products. It will activate the intracellular signaling path. More importantly, we will see that there is the upregulation of RAGE, and because of the upregulation of RAGE, there is the activation of the NADPH pathway. I will show you later on. It is activated, and because of the activation of the NADPH oxidase pathway, there is also the increase in the reactive oxygen species. So there are several pathways. Name of each: RAGE pathway, JAK-STAT, NF-kappa-B, NFL. Stations of the advanced glycation are diabetes, arthritis, nephropathy, retinopathy, aging, atherosclerosis, Alzheimer's, and cancer. And while going to the next slide, I will tell you about a brief that why the sugars and all other which should not be taken. The reason behind is that because there is the accumulation of AGEs. If you cook the food at very high temperature, so the proteins are in there, see that there is a lot of browning happening when you fry any food, specifically the proteins diet. When they are cooked at high temperature, they are grilled at high temperature, or if fried, you will see there is the browning of the food product. That browning is known as the advanced glycation end product. There is the accumulation of the advanced glycation product. If you consume this advanced glycation end product food, there is the probability of the deposition of these AGEs into your tissues, which will later on lead to several metabolic disorders. So you can see the deposition of AGEs in the color in a human who is taking the high carbohydrate on AGE. Then this is one statistics from the National Diabetes Federation of that from 2015 to 2017. It is saying that India and China is world means in terms of diabetes mellitus. So these are considered as the diabetic capital of the world. It is a very serious situation for the countries as big as India and China. So I will let you know what the diabetes is more focused when we talk the glycation. Experimental evidence which I have published in one journal. So I have taken out the human serum albumin and incubated the human serum albumin with the reactive carbonyl species, that is DHA, dihydroxyacetone. So upon incubation with the DHA, there is I've taken the UV visible spectroscopy. We found there is the increase in the hyperchromicity of the HSA molecule over the period of days. So as our incubation increase, there the increase in hyperchromic. So there is the destabilization in the HSA macromolecule or HSA protein. So this is not as I'm telling you. The point is that not only the all the serum proteins which are inside our in our blood, we'll see that if the accumulation of the sugar is very much, means for example in case of mellitus, so the content sugar patient, they will glycate one protein molecule. That is why you see that the marker or the control of the diabetes is VA1C, is glycated hemoglobin. So in this spectroscopy, you will see that there is extra peak apart from the 208. So that students and the professors must be knowing that the peak at 50 is the characteristic absorption of a protein. And but the other peak at around 360 nanometer. So we excited this sample in a fluorescence spectroscopy at 360. We found emission at around 14. And this implies that glycated product is a fluorescent in nature as well. But after some period of time, came to know that not only the fluorescent, they are non-glycation molecule as well. So we have done hemoglobin delta gluconolactone, and we performed for pyridoxamine to elucidate whether the protein molecule which was glycated is being inhibited forming pyridoxamine. And we very well know that formine is being given initially to the patients just to decrease their blood sugar. And we performed the HSA, DHA, and the GK peptide ribose assays. This is the link for this paper, but I will show you the first page of the paper. Not only this, several others which are published in the various journals. Then after this, we have also done the genotoxicity of molecule, and COMET assay we performed the assay, and we come to conclusion that the molecule which is damaged at higher concentration shows the tailing, and it is the proof that DNA molecule inside the cell has undergone damage. So damage, we have seen the damage rose gel electrolysis as well. So this one is for the calf thymus DNA, and this figure is the human DNA. And if we see this figure, you will see that first one is native DNA, then the second and third, fourth are incubated methyl glycol, which is a reactive carbonyl species. And upon incubation with the reactive carbonyl species, there is the increase in the mobility of the DNA break or the strand break. Then you can see these are the publications which I have published in last 5 years. And this is the inhibitory effect of metformin and pyridoxamine in the formation of early, intermediate, and advanced glycation in products in PLOS one. This is the paper which I was talking about. Then we have also done the glycation of hemoglobin, and we have checked the immunogenicity of the glycated hemoglobin, and we published this article in IJBM from Elsevier, that is International Journal of Biological Macromolecules. And there are a couple of other publications related to the glycation and the diabetic atherosclerosis. And we also published one article in BBRC, and in which we have tested the genotoxicity and the immunogenicity of DNA advanced glycation in products formed by the methyl glycol and lysine. And one of journal from the Oxford publication house, that is the Glycobiology, in which we have correlated the glycoxidative damage, means glycation, as well as the oxidation, which is damaging the DNA, and its relation with the type 1 diabetes mellitus. And then we have published one article in Chemico-Biological Interactions, in which we tested for the immunogenicity of the DNA AGEs through glyazole. And one review article on glycobiology. These are some important research publications which is relevant to this presentation. So then we have some other publications in International Journal of Biological Micromolecules related to the immunogenicity. So glycation of hemoglobin leads to the immunogenicity as a result of neoepitope generation. The enzymatic glycation of LDL proteins results in biochemical alterations, a correlation study of ApoB100 age with obesity and rheumatoid arthritis. So these are the, because my title is about the metabolic disorders, so I will be discussing, apart from the disease, I will be also discussing little bit about the cancer as well. So for establishing a link between the glycation cancer, this is the collaborative product between the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and the Ministry of Education from the Russia. So in this project, I was the PI who worked on the establishing a link between the glycation and cancer, and the PI for Russian counterpart, they were doing the nanoparticle synthesis, and I took the nanoparticle, I to use my experiment to inhibit the cancer as well as the glycation. So this is the justification for the formation of advanced glycation end product, and this is just the aesthetic representation how hypothesis of this research was being done, in which we have taken the glucose uptake, the anaerobic metabolism of glucose, whether it is linked to the cancer or not. And in tumor tissue, we know that tumor tissue does not form the normal mode of metabolism. In case of tumor tissue, it has a lot of oxygen to perform the glycolysis and all that. But tumor tissue is having the lack of oxygen, so undergo anaerobic mode of respiration. So in order to do so, tumor tissues, they uptake more molecules of glucose molecule. So because of that, many molecules of glucose are at the cell, and because of that, what will happen? We see that there is no aerobic mode of respiration in case of, but the glucose molecule is very, very high in case of tumor tissues. And this is known as the Warburg effect. And because of the high accumulation of glucose uptake, so this may lead to the glycation reaction. And whether this glycation reaction is linked to the cancer or not, we have established this study. So yeah, justification, relevance, and justification, scientific relevance. First, undergo anaerobic mode of metabolism of. So there is the high glucose uptake and glycolysis that is known as Warburg effect, and increased formation of advanced glycation end products formed. Biological properties of AGEs have been associated with their ability to interact receptor for AGEs. So receptor for AGEs, that is the RAGE, it is the signal transduction receptor of the immunoglobulin superfamily. Age-RAGE appears to play a central role in inflammation, neurodegenerations. So RAGE is expressed in several tumors, and this sense of age is advanced glycation end products in human tumors is still largely unexplored. So the glycation and cancer, if we talk about, it says that tumors rely primarily on the aerobic mode of metabolism of glucose. Therefore, tumor shows a high rate of glucose uptake and glycolysis, that is the Warburg effect. So one consequence of this is increased formation of advanced glycation products. So this is the concept in which glycation these are linked, and the glycation process, if you see the right chart, it will show that the Maillard reaction, which the protein with the sugar, which is also known as the shift base, it happens in hours to days. Functional changes in enzymatic activity and increased vulnerability to the oxidative stress. Then this reaction further undergoes very fast to form a glycation product. So one early product, also known as the Amadori, is formed. It undergoes slow transition from early glycation product to advanced glycation product. So talk about the, so there are some experiments, but I will not discuss the experiment, take a lot of time, but I will concentrate on the cancer animal model. So model, model. So let us go to what we have done this study. We have taken the renal AG's tissue and the lung cancer tissue. So we have did fluorescent and non-fluorescent glycation product, that CML detection and detection of fluorescent AGs. Then our the gene studies, PCR. These are the 4 genes which we have taken, NFL, and then you can see the result. These are PFT, HPFT, size 7. These are nano assemblies which synthesized from the Institute of Chemical Biology, Fundamental Medicine, Novosibirsk area. And all the nano assemblies are shown here are being done in collaboration with the Russian counterpart. So through these assemblies, we found that there is a decrease in the fasting blood glucose at 4th week. So PFT, HSA, TFT size 7 shows 61.7% decrease. However, PFT, HSA size 7 shows 57.6% decrease. Then the inhibition of tumor growth in the presence of PFT, HSFT size 7 and PFT, SI, HSA size 7. And at 5 microconcentration of these nanoassemblies, there is the drop in 33.2% inhibition in cell growth. You can see the picture, and the PFT, HSA size 7 shows 25.3% decrease or inhibition in cell growth. Now, inhibition of the carbonyl content and the MDA. MDA is the malondihyde. So, carbonyl content cancer and glycation for PFT, HSA, TFT 7, PFT, SI, HSA 7 was recorded to 33.76 and 44.5% respectively. However, for glycation, it was higher than that of the cancer, that is 39.1 and 42.9% respectively. MDA estimation, it was 35.7 and 43, and for glycation 28 and 45. Then we have done a measurement of reactive oxygen species in vitro glycation model system. So we have found that the decrease in ROS value by 3.5%, use the PHSA TFT 7. PFHSA size 7 was more pronounced in inhibiting the reactive oxygen species. Then we have the advance in AGE lung cancer tissue and in vitro of glycation. So we have 3, you can see is presented. One is glycation, other one is cancer model, and third one is in vitro 49 cell model. So we look at glycation model. Glycation model, you will see that is the decrease, the percentage in the age around in both the assemblies. The one 15, other one is around. However, for cancer animal model, we have taken assembly at different countries, and the is in the percentage of advanced end products ranges from 7 per 30. So then we move 549 cell. In this product is the HSA-7 at micromolar. Highest was found for the PFT SI-HSI-7 at 5 micromolar. So highest inhibition in glycation was recorded by this nanoassembly at 5 micromolar concentration. The intermediate one was PFT HSA TFT size 7 at 5 micromolar was 26.65%. So yes, so we have shown from this experiment that all the either it is glycation model or the cancer or in vitro A549 model, all the model shows the decrease in the advanced glycation values. Later on, we moved to measurement of carboxymethyl lysine, AG is in tissue, lung cancer tissue, and in vitro model of glycation. So glycation and cancer animal model and in vitro model system. So you will see that there is the decrease in the percentage in the cancer element model. You will see that there is the decrease in the value of smell in renal tissue. And the highest one was for PFT SI-HSA-7 at 3 micromolar. And PFT TFT size 7 is almost near to the to this nanoassembly. Then we move to glycation animal model. So glycation animal model, the percent decrease is 50% for PFT HSA TFT size 7 at 5 micromolar. However, for PFT SI HSA size 7 at 5 micromolar was recorded to be 43%. So this is also significant. Both the assemblies are significant in inhibiting the advanced glycation end product. Then in vitro model system, you will see that PFT SI HSA size 7 inhibited only 26.23%. It is, though it is significant, but not that high. But for PFT HSA TFT size 7, the maximum percent decrease was recorded around 50%. So this is significant as well as it is recognizable as well. Then we did the gene expressional analysis in glycation and cancer animal model. And in glycation model, you will see that the red one, the pink one, we can say, there is the threefold increase in the glycation, and this is the inhibition from the PFT HSA TFT size 7 and PFT SI 7. Both are significant. Both have significantly decreased the level of receptor for advanced glycation end product. Then for NF kappa B, 4-time increase, 4-fold increase, and when we treated with the nanoassembly PFT HSA TFT size 7, it got reduced to 3-fold. And when it was done with the PFT SI HSA size 7, it was further decreased to 2-fold. So NF kappa B, in case of B, the decrease is significant both for both nanoassemblies. Then we tested for the TNF alpha. In TNF alpha, we have seen there is no significant between the two nanoassemblies, PFT SST size 7 and other one. And then for iron gamma, the same result as for the TNF alpha. Then after glycation model, we came to the cancer model. So in cancer model, we have tested the same genes, RAGE, NF kappa B, TNF, and iron gamma. So I'll only discuss the ones that are very prominent and very important. And the one is IFN. In case of IFN gamma, the IFN gamma value was 6-fold as compared to the, but you will see that there is also the decrease in the fold of expression of IFN when it was treated through the nanoassemblies. So all the nanoassemblies has treated around 50%. Then gene expression in vitro glycation model system, And when we do the expressional studies, you will see age, NF kappa B, TNF, and FN gamma. You will see that the content of the fold include is really significant. I will discuss only about the range here because time is not allowing me to discuss all the gene expression. Here we can see it took the A549 cells with glycation end product was 9.5 times to the control. But when we use the nano assemblies, we found that there is the decrease in the content of the your AGEs. So you can see that percentage of range receptor for advanced glycation end product. There are different nano assemblies at different concentrations. The minimum, or you can say the maximum inhibition for range was recorded for this particle nano assembly PFT HSSI 5 micromolar concentration. So there are other genes also. So we can, I will drop the slide here, and you guys can from there. Now, for this between the glycation and cancer is the conclusion says that this study explored of AGEs, that is the advanced glycation end product, and its association in cancer with in vivo in vitro model. So the gene expressionally explain the increase of receptor for advanced glycation end products and in the cancer animal model. The anti-glycation and anti-cancer study explain the inhibitory effects of the novel multimodal nanoassembly against glycative and oxidative stress. So from the above study, it is of the notion that advanced glycation end product reduction is really will be helpful for the cancer prevention or not. This is also the need of the hour to study further about this. Then the originator of the study is that this is the first study which provided data on glycation animal model, the reference of fluorescent and non-fluorescent AGEs. It is also the first study showing the anti-glycation and anti-cancer effect of multimodal nanoassemblies, which are shown in these results. So these are the publications which are related to the glycation and cancer. The previous publication which I showed that those were the between the glycation and the diabetes and other metabolic disorders. This is between glycation and the cancer and some review, and this is the research article in vivo and in vitro establishing a link between the advanced glycation end product and the lung cancer. So these are some representative publications, so this is the Scopus publications in which field of glycation biology from 17 to 2019, I was fortunate to publish highest publications from glycation field in the Scopus Index Journal. And the Scopus citations and the Google Scholar citations. And these are some awards and rewards being awarded in the India and abroad. These are newspaper research team. I really appreciate for your kind patience, and thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Dear Professor Dr. Sam Ahmed, we thank you for your nice, very informative presentation. It was an honor for us to guest you here. And dear respected participants, do you have any question to the Professor Dr. Sanem Ahmed? Maybe if it is also suitable for you, you can share your email address in the chat box, and the interested researchers may contact you, dear Professor. And thank you very much again for your
thank you.
presence and participation in the Congress. Dear respected researchers,
thank you very much.
You are welcome. We thank you. We thank you, dear Professor. Dear respected participants, we have a break now, and during the break time, you can enjoy the poster presentation with the Turkish music. and see you in the last section of the Congress. Respected researchers, welcome to the last session of our conference. And this session is going to be moderated by Professor Dr. Kola Doğukani from Algeria. Dear Professor, thank you very much for your support to the Congress. And we are happy to see your moderation, and thank you very much again for your collaboration.
Thank you, Dr. Ulas. So before starting this session, I would like to thank or to express my deep thanks and respect to Professor Dr. Ulas Agaroz and his wonderful wife, Dr. Damla, for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this big event as an international scientific committee, as a moderator of a session, and also as a participant by poster, me, my PhD students, and other colleagues for the same university. So normally we have in this session, we have 15 communication, because there is a repetition, I think, in title 6 and 14, the same one, about grass snakes. There is a repetition. So we have 15 presentation. So I demand to the participant, please, to close their camera, and we have 8 to 10 minutes for each participant. We should respect the time. And before also finishing my talk, I would like again congratulate and tell big felicitation to the well-organized Congress and valuable presentation or communication presented in this Congress. So we will start now by the communication entitled Hepatitis A virus detection in shellfish by real-time reverse transcription PCR from comparative the 3 Moroccan lagoons. So I call Rehab Boussetin, if she is here, to give her talk, please.
Dear Professor Kola, we couldn't find with this name. Maybe he has or she has used another Zoom name. If she or he write from the chat box, we can open her voice. Or she, yes, she's
yes, she
here.
tell that she is here. I am here. There is a pseudonym 27201, I think.
We will open now.
Okay, okay. Najwa Hasu. I think
I'm here.
Hasu,
thank you, Doctor. You can hear me?
Yes, yes, very well.
Okay,
So please open your presentation, please.
Yes. I can start?
Yes, but you open your presentation,
okay,
and you make share.
Dear Professor,
okay.
You can see my presentation?
Yes, okay, but please, you make it in full screen.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, now.
Dear Professor, dear Kola, if it is possible,
yes, it's okay. It's okay. So
it's okay?
Yes, it's okay. So go ahead.
Okay. In the first, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'm very happy to present you my work, Hepatitis A virus detection in shellfish by real-time reverse transcription PCR from comparative 3 Moroccan lagoons. I will present my work. I am Rehab Boussetin with my other authors. So to facilitate this presentation, we will adopt the following plan. We start by a small introduction, problem, objectives of this work, material and methods, and results and discussion, and conclusion. So agriculture, urban and industrial discharges can lead to high level of pollution in coastal marine ecosystems. Their discharges affect the organism of the aquatic environment that compose them and alter the health of the community, which directly or indirectly are exposed to this environment and their products.
Sorry, madam. Can you open your camera?
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, you can see me?
Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. This discharge affect the organism of the aquatic environment that compose them and alter the health of the community, which directly or indirectly are exposed to this environment and their products. In addition, a decline in fish production has been recorded in virus region and particularly in the lagoon. So the first of all, what is the lagoon? The lagoon is into double continental supply and an oceanic supply throughout the year. He has a shallow coastal water body separated from the sea by coastal stripes, fed by seawater trout, one or more opening, fed by fish, continental water. Most countries access the microbiological quality of their culture water with bacteriological parameters to detect any fecal contamination. However, several studies demonstrate the insufficiency of these bacterial indicators to reveal viral contamination of the shellfish. The aims of our study was to evaluate hepatitis A virus prevalence in bivalve mollusks from 3 Moroccan lagoons, Dakhla class A, Walidia class B, and Moulay Bousleham class C. Regarding viral characters of HIV virus belong to the Coronaviruses family and is difficult to cultivate. He is very resistant in the environment and the infectious dose is between 10 and 100 variants. The infections is mild with 2 weeks or 3 month period, incubation period. The material and the methods, we're starting by the sampling. So oysters samples were collected monthly over 13 month period between March 2018 and March 2019 on the basis of twice per month in the material zone of Walidia, Dakhla and Moulay Bousleham lagoons, giving a total of 156 samples. Regarding sampling protocol, the sampling protocol for viral research, 12 units of sample for oysters. Once collected, this shells was identified and sent to the laboratory in less than 24 hours at the temperature of 4 degrees and is in compliance with hygiene rules. So sample preparation required the cleaning and opening of 20 oysters. The digestive type are taken. They are finally chopped and homogenized and 2 gram are taken. It is following by second incubation with a loss of the flocculation of the viruses in the supplement. Then centrifugation make it possible to precipitate the cellular debris and supplement is covered for viral research. To extract
your camera, please, Madam Rihab. Your camera, yes. Please.
Okay. Yes. to extract RNA genome, the extraction of the whole genome by tracer, and the second extraction of the viral genome using pure length viral mini kit according to the manufacturer's instruction. In negative control, molecular biology grade water containing no nucleic acid is extracted in parallel with each series of tests. For amplification RNA genome of hepatitis A, amplification begin with preparing the mixed. The amplification kits contain nucleotide enzyme polymerase to which specific primers and probe are added. Each sample was tested, knead and dilute tenfold in separated wheel for HIV and mango viruses. A standard mango viruses curve is drawing up with 4 successive 10 dilution and included in each optical plate. The various operations are carried in separated room to avoid contamination. The wells of optical plates are closed with strips to prevent contamination of the thermal cycles and the sampling. Positive and negative control are included in each series of tests valid the results. The preparation of positive control for hepatitis A virus was made using the vaccine strain HM 175 to establish a detection limit to control was tested pure, then with 5 successive 10th dilution with replicate. This dilution were extracted and then amplification and the hand-trial dilution threshold and had dilution threshold which gave of threshold of 29.89 was restrained to be used as positive control. Our result from a total of 156 shellfish samples, the HIV genome was detected in Moulay Bousleham, highest incidence of 15.38%, Walidia more than 7%, and lowest incidence in Dakhla. In Walidia Lagoon, our results can be linked to rainfalls which would have caused the overflow of the septic tanks. The HIV positive samples having been obtained from Walidia Lagoons in October, November, and December 2018. This would be more in favor to support a contamination in relation to feces discharge of infected person. Similarly, risk was observed for HIV by Al-Mukri et al. In 2020 with prevalence of 2%, and other our works in 80 for enteroviruses in a prevalence more than 30%. HIV results of our study in Morocco corroborate with previous studies that indicate a low endemicity of HIV in Brazil, Sabac et al. 2001. Fisher exact test showed a moderate but not significant positive correlation between the number of positive sample and average rainfalls was observed. The high prevalence of HIV in oysters sample in Moulay Bousleham and Walidia Lagoon in winter month indicate that were occurrence of seasonality. This result as consistent with a report from Al-Mukri et al. In 2020 and Bustin et al. 2020, which found the enteric viruses are extracted during winter months. In conclusion, viral contamination in different mollusks and season must be taken into account for classification of shellfish harvesting areas and can be contribute to the development more representative simple strategies in monitoring and managing the growing area, as well as being useful in a future scenario in which viral critical values are adopted in legislation. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Rihab, for your interesting presentation and the respect of time. So please, the dear respected participants, if you have any questions concerning this presentation, so you should put your question in the chat section. Now, the next presentation will be held by Hannah Hazir about detection of hepatitis A and hepatitis E virus in mussel from wet charade outlet in Morocco. Are you here? Hannah?
Yes. Hello, everybody.
Hello. So please, you open your presentation to begin.
Okay.
And please, you open your camera to see you.
Okay.
You have a problem of light. It's not clear your face.
I don't have a professional camera.
So please, you make a full screen of your presentation.
It's okay for presentation?
Okay, you can start, please.
Okay, thank you. Before starting the presentation of our work, I would like to thank all the members of the Second International Congress in Biological and Health Sciences Organizing Committee for giving me this opportunity to participate, choose oral communication in order to share our work with other researchers. With great honor that share with you research titled Detection of Hepatitis A and E viruses in mussels from Wet Charade Estuary in Morocco. This work was done in Casablanca Regional Research and Analysis Laboratory of National Office of Food Safety under the supervision of Professor Moulay Mustafa Naji, the director of the Laboratory of Virology, Oncology, Biosciences, Environment and New Energies, and Faculty of Sciences and Technology, Mohammedia University, Hassan II of Casablanca, and in collaboration with Dr. Hassou, Dr. Mlouli, and Dr. Zakhnini. After a brief introduction on the impact of pollution in public health, I will present the issue concerning the Wet Charade Estuary as a study area, as well as the objectives of our study. Then I will present the methodology adopted to meet the objectives, followed by the results and discussion, and I will end with the conclusion. In Morocco, the coastal zones are subjected to the pressure of exploitation of the resources of a growing population, which threatens the perpetuation of the ecosystems. This urbanization can cause diffuse pollution, which impacts the coast, threatening the local population, especially when it comes to water pollution. This can cause contamination of bivalve mollusks growing on the rocks. Bivalve mollusks are organisms that feed by filtering water from the aquatic environment. They can thus concentrate microbial contaminants, including enteric viruses. Therefore, consumptions of bivalve mollusks, raw or undercooked, can cause viral enteric illnesses such as enteric viral hepatitis. These are caused by two distinct viruses, the hepatitis A virus and the hepatitis E virus. Hepatitis A virus is classified into 6 genotypes, of which genotypes 1 to 3 can infect humans. While hepatitis A virus produces self-limiting disease, it rarely causes serious complication, and it does not generate chronic infections or chronic liver infections, but fulminant hepatitis and death may occur. Hepatitis E virus has only one serotype. It shows a great genetic diversity with 4 major genotypes in the orthohypervirus A species. Genotypes 1 and 2 are exclusively isolated in humans. Hepatitis E virus generally causes spontaneously cured acute viral hepatitis, but extrahepatic manifestation and chronic infection, especially in immunocompromised patients and organ transplant recipients, are increasingly generating an important clinical problem. In addition, pregnant women can develop fulminant hepatic failure with a mortality rate of up to 30%. Morocco follows a national strategy for the protection of the environment and sustainable development, and it's also interested in public health. On the one hand, Wedgerat estuary is transition area between Sharat Beach, classified as Zone A, at which shellfish can be harvested for direct human consumption, and Wedgerat qualified as site of biological and ecological interest. On the other hand, enteric viruses are often identified during collective foodborne illnesses while the offending meet bacteriological standards. Water quality in this area is affected by runoff from the watershed, urban wastewater malfunctions, and overflows of nearby sewage systems. In this context, the objectives of this study were determine the level of contamination by hepatitis A and E viruses in the mussels harvested from the study area, study the correlation between environmental and seasonal factors with the rate of contamination of mussels by hepatitis A and E viruses, evaluate the impact of mussel contamination on the consumer, and illustrate the importance of including routine virological analysis of bivalve mollusks in Morocco. To achieve these objectives, we traveled to the study area located in the Moroccan Atlantic coast in the province of Ben Slimane Kazakh region to determine the sampling sites. 2 sites, S1 and 2, located in the right rocky side, and 2 other sites, S3 and 4, located in the left rocky side of Wedgerat estuary, were chosen. The sampling sites correspond to overexploited wild mussel harvesting area and marketed locally in an informal and traditional way by the local population without any sanitary control. Mussel samples naturally growing were collected monthly over a 13-month period, amounting to a total of 52 samples from 4 sites at study area. Each sample was composed of 12 individual mussels, All samples were shipped to the laboratory in a refrigerated box within 24 hours after collection. Muscles
please,
were rapidly
sorry, please, Miss Hannah, you have 2 minutes only to finish your presentation. So you should be brief and you present only the necessary results, please. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. For hepatitis, for detection, hepatitis A and hepatitis E virus, RT-PCR assays was used for this detection. The results showed the 24 out of 52 samples of wild mussels were hepatitis A virus positive and known with hepatitis E virus. Our results were consistent with other previous studies. This finding might be explained by the high persistence of the virus in the environment, high continued supply of virus coming from discharge of wastewater and input wedge rat. Statistical showed significant positive correlation between the number of hepatitis A virus positive samples and the rainy period. In this study, only hepatitis A virus was found in contaminated mussels and known with the hepatitis E virus. This supports the belief that there is limited hepatitis E virus circulating in humans in the study area. It's possible that the number of hepatitis E viral particles discharged in the environment is too low to detect, or that the virus have a very short period persistent in human waste. While we were unable to detect hepatitis E virus in mussels from Morocco, hepatitis E virus has been detected in some European shellfish, for example, in Italian mussels. To conclude, our study showed that the prevalence of hepatitis A virus in mussel and wedge rat estuary was quite high, and it was significantly associated with seasonal variation. Therefore, updating existing legislation to include viral hazards in the monitoring of bivalve mollusks harvesting areas. Consequently, harvesting of mussels from wild area must be further controlled due to train the public caused by viral contamination risks. Indeed, monitoring of foodborne enteric viruses in bivalve mollusks may contribute to the prevention of viral food poisoning, preservation of public health. My presentation come to end, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Hannah, for your contribution.
For part methodology adopted, I'm here to give you more information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hannah, for your presentation. We are sorry because we should manage the time because we have a lot of presentation to do in this section. Dear respected participants,
Yes,
if you have any question concerning this presentation, so you should put your question in the chat box. Now, the next one will be held by Filiz Ersoğlu. Is it right?
Yes, I am here.
Yes,
Hello.
so please you open your camera and we will listen to you on examination on women healthcare for professional work, family, life balance, and burnout within the COVID-19 period. So you have your time, please.
Okay, thank you.
That's all. So you open your presentation, please.
Okay.
Full screen.
Yeah. Can you see me?
It's not, yes, this one, yes.
Hello, everyone.
So it's not, it's not full screen. Can you make it right? Yes, this button. You can
now you can see it?
Or you make manually by show slides.
Okay. Now you can see.
We can see your presentation, but not full screen.
But it's full screen.
Hocam sizde öyle gözüküyor. Üst taraftaki yeşil düğmeye basın tekrardan. O slaytın üst kısmındaki. En üstte yeşil bir düğme var. Reshare var orada. Ha, şimdi oldu.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dr.
Teşekkür ederim hocam. Sağ olun. Hello everyone. Filizar Söğütçü from Turkey, Fırat University, Health Science Faculty, Department of Nursing, especially Psychiatric Nursing. I will present our research study today, examination of women healthcare professional work, family life balance, and burnout within the COVID-19 period. Oh, okay. In the pandemic process, women healthcare professionals have faced significant dilemmas about how to balance their work and family care. Because of this work-life imbalance, many physicians, nurses, and other healthcare providers have faced the risk of the burnout. The COVID-19 pandemic is not only a health emergency and economic hazard, but has also resulted in dramatic change in the people's personal life, and rules within families have been disturbed since the amount of the time women employees devoted to domestic work more than male workers. Women were more concerned about work-life balance. Burnout, a direct outcome of the work-life conflict, has been experienced in healthcare professionals more. Besides, the work-family life balance has been a mounting alarming issue due to globalization and rapid adaptation of new technologies into all areas of human life. The overlap of the time between work and family, new organizational systems, and change in the world. The aim of this descriptive study was to examine the work-family life balance problems within the framework of the women gender faced by healthcare professionals who have become the greatest power in fighting against the pandemic and their burnout levels. Materials and methods. This is a cross-sectional descriptive study. The study was carried out between 17 and 22 October 2020. In the study, snowball sampling, one of the non-probability sampling techniques, was used. Data collection forms prepared with the Google Docs program were sent to women healthcare professionals in Turkey via email or WhatsApp, and they were asked to fill out forms and share them with those around them. A total of 160 women healthcare professionals were reached through this online questionnaire form. 54.5% women healthcare professionals who will respond to the questionnaire form were included in the study. Power analysis of the study was performed in G-Power 3.1 program. According to the power analysis, an effect size of 0.336 with a power of 19% at 0.05 level of margin of error was obtained. The power analysis has indicated that the data collected were adequate. Data were collected using the participant information sheet, work-life family balance scale, and Maslach burnout inventory. In the study, descriptive statistics for the variable were given as numbers, percentages, arithmetic mean, and standard deviation. The independent samples t-test was used to compare two independent groups. For a comparison of more than two groups means, the one-way analysis of variance ANOVA was used. To measure the relationship between numeric variable, Pearson correlation coefficient was used. Statistical analyses were performed by SPSS version 20.2.0 statistics software, and a value of PLS 0.05 was considered statistically significant. The ethics committee approval was obtained from the ethical committee of a university. A form containing the necessary explanation about the purpose and application method of the study was sent online to the women healthcare professional, and consensus of women healthcare professionals were obtained. The study was conducted in accordance with the Declaration of Helsinki Ethical Principles. Volunteer participants were included in the study. Personal identifying information of the response have been kept confidential. And the results in the study of women healthcare professional, the work-family life balance scales mean score was 3.14 ST 0.66. Negative impacts of work on family subscale mean score was 3.75 ST 1.19. Negative impacts of the family on work subscale mean score was 3.91 ST 0.78, and work family accordance subscale mean score was 3.91 ST 0.78. The mean score of the Maslach burnout inventory was 46.19 ST 30.51, while 19.80 ST 8.57 for emotional exhaustion, 6.72 ST 4.90 for the personalization, and 19.66 ST 5.39 for personal accomplishment subscales. And the conclusions. As a result of this study, we conclude that work-family life balance of healthcare professionals was disturbed, and family and more negative impacts on work. We determined that the burnout women healthcare professional was at high levels. We found that as the work-family life balance of women healthcare professionals disturbed, their levels of the burnout increased as well. In the line, these results making arrangements for the working hours of the woman healthcare professional can be recommended. Moreover, in order to reduce the work length of woman healthcare professional and maintain work-family balance, in cooperation with the Ministry of Family and Social Policies and Ministry of Health, opening a special family and psychological counseling units in institutes can be recommended. And we all authors are grateful to all participants who agreed to participate volunteer in this study. And I thank you, all of you, and this Congress community and all the participants.
Thank you, Ms. Felice, for your very interesting and informative presentation, which deal with the COVID pandemic. So, dear participants, if you have any question, you write your question in the chat box. Now, we will continue the presentation. The next one, will be held by Milad Turkmenian Afsha. Milad, you are
here.
Yes, so please, we listen now to you. Your communication deal about investigation of gastrointestinal elements in cattle in Agri-Center and its districts.
Yes.
So, you have full screen now.
Hello, dear attendees. I would like to express my thanks for participating in this
So please,
program.
Milad, sorry, you can make your presentation in full screen, please. You have
Yes,
a bottom in the right.
Milat Hocam,
Efendim?
full screen yaptıktan sonra üst kısımda
Yaptım.
yeşil bir düğme var. Reshare
Evet.
yapın tekrardan oradan. Oradan slide seçin.
Thank you,
Görünüyor değil mi?
Olas. Dr. Olas, for translation.
Sorry for interrupting.
No.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Olmadı Milat Hocam. Şimdi sen kendi şeyini paylaştıktan sonra onu full screen yapacaksın. Full screen yaptıktan şimdi oldu.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I read it again. Dear attention, I would like to express my thanks for participating in the presentation. Van Yüzüncül University Faculty of Medicine Department of Parasitology, Dr. Candidate Veterinarian Milad Turkmenian Afshar. Today I present to you an oral presentation titled Investigation of Gastrointestinal Hen Meat in Cattle in our center and its districts. Livestock is an important part of agricultural activity in many parts of the world. It's a note that number of cattle in our country is 18,124,106 heads until June, according to 2021 tweak data. One of the provinces in Turkey where cattle breeding is intense and the economic basis of which animals has barely is Ağrı. The province of Ağrı, approximately 2.2% of the total cattle is of Turkey. The majority livestock enterprise in Ağrı where meat and dairy cattle are small family business and our center. Although cattle breeding of the important branch of our livestock sector has a dense population in the Ağrı irrigation, it's a fact that desired yield cannot be obtained. Antibiotic application of growing animals before taking them out to the pasture or taking them into the barn are often not done at the right time. One of the factors causing this is parasitic diseases, which cause growth retardation in cattle, loss of quality and quantity in products such as meat and milk and even death. Although many studies have been conducted on the prevalence of gastrointestinal hen meat in cattle, in diseases, this cause and treatment of hen meat, no comprehensive study has been found in our center and its district. Across the country, studies have been conducted on the presence of many trematode, cestode, and nematode eggs in cattle at different times. Our study, a cross-sectional study, was carried out to investigation the prevalence of gastrointestinal hen meat, which are coming in cattle between May and July 2021, mainly in our center and in Patmos, Doğu Beyazıt, Diyadin, Eleşki, Taşçay, Tutak, and Hamur district. Our center district map with in the study fecal sample were collected directly from the rectum of the cattle belonging to family business in the different settlements of our center and surrounding district and brought to Van Yüzüncül University Faculty of Medicine Parasitology Research Laboratory. Approximately 30 and 50 grams feces belonging to each collected animal were taken in installed containers at the sample where the sprayed top better and sprayed white to help a plastic tea strainer. The resulting fetus was placed in centrifuge tubes and centrifuge 1800 RPM for 3 minutes. Feces sample in laboratory. The supernatant was removed, leaving 2 and 5 ml required at the bottom tubes. preparation were prepared for the remaining liquid and examined under the light microscope with. In our study, 120 of 230 cell samples were positive helminth eggs. Among detected helminth eggs space 19 Fasciola hepatica, 5 Dicrocerium densitatum, 25 Toxocara vitrum, 51 Trichostrongylus sp, 8 Trichurus sp, 11 Osartaceae sp, and more than the helminth space were detected in 36 of the cattle whose stool samples were analyzed. Table of the helminth eggs, Fasciola, Dicrocerium, Trichostrongylus, Toxocara vitrum, Osartaceae, Trichurus. Trichostrongylus spp and Trichurus sp microscopic view. Toxocara fasciola microscopic view. Fasciola microscopic macroscopic view. In the study, the spread of helminth in the cattle, although it varies according countries and regions, strangulative parasites are generally found in countries in the first degree. Fasciola spp, Dicrocerium dendriticum, Paraphysiomum spp, Monensia spp, and Toxocara vitrum are seen second degree common. In country, this situation has been found to be closed. The studies carried out by researchers at different times, and it has been reported that more than 50 helminth species are found in cattle. According to the data of provisional directive of agriculture and agriculture, 36% of the meadow and pasture are the northern region of Turkey within the borders of our meadow and pasture area approximately 2.5 times Turkey average of 18.7. A high-grade gastrointestinal helminth was found in cattle in our and district. Despite which cause significant decrease in productivity and even in cattle are great importance and exemplary important to productively control the animals for intestinal parasites to the parasited animals, especially the region where pasture and livestock is in common. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Milad, for your valuable and quick presentation. Your text at the time. Now, if the participants have any question, please make your question in the chat section. Now I call Farzana Abbas. You are here? Farzana Abbas. Muhammad Hafiz Rahman. So the communication deals with the
Professor, maybe they are here. They can write from the chat box, or they can put the reaction section. And if they are here, we can open their voice.
No, okay.
There is no reaction. We can continue.
Yes, we can continue with the next participant. So now Anita Belqis. Anita Belqis, you are here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, yes. Okay. So please, now you have your presentation entitled "Grass Snakes, Natrix as a reservoir of Alataria alata and other parasites as a potential danger for human health." So please, you open your presentation.
Okay.
And you make it in full screen.
Okay, can you see the presentations?
Okay, we can see the presentation, but not in full screen.
I don't know
down,
why.
Please, in the right side, there is a button. You can make a double click and you see.
Now you can see in the full?
No, not in full screen. You see, So please, down in the presentation, yes, where there is a percentage.
No jak wziąłem właśnie pokaz slajdów. Can you see? No?
Not ready for
I don't know
screen.
why. So I see the full.
Yes, yes, here, yes, in this section, yes, there is a bottom.
Hello, Aneta, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you? I have a problem.
Okay, we can solve it together. Firstly, you have to try make your presentation full screen, and then it is full screen in your computer, but it is not full screen for us.
Yes.
To make it together, then after making full screen, you have to go upside and then click the green button and reselect the slideshow, not the presentation, but slideshow you have to select. Firstly, you have to make full screen on your computer.
Nie mogę. Dlaczego tego nie mogę? I don't know why.
No problem. We can solve it.
Yes, you
As
can,
I
because
said,
we will waste time for technical problem. It's clear in any way.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you can continue. No problem.
Aneta, just
Yes.
hear me. Just click at the bottom. There is a button to make full screen. Just click on it. Afterwards, you will see full screen in your computer. Do you see it? At the bottom, at the right side, there is a button to make full
Nie
screen.
mogę tego zrobić.
Yes, there is the three buttons. The three buttons in the down of the presentation. Where
Yes,
there is the
yes, but I have.
I demanded remote control from you. If
Yes,
you,
yes.
yes, just click yes.
Yes.
I can change for you.
It's okay for showing slides, but not in full screen.
Aneta, can you do it again?
Yes.
You open your presentation again.
So now it's again the presentations.
First open your presentation, then go to Zoom, just click the green button. Green button is at the bottom of your screen. Aneta, we can do it so we can continue with the next presentation. Meanwhile, you can try to do it. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now
it's okay. It's okay. Congratulations, Anita.
I don't know how, but I made it.
Okay.
The last chance was.
It's okay.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I'm sorry for this trouble. I would like to welcome all participants of the Second International Congress on Biological and Health Science. My name is Aneta Bełcik, and I am working in the National Veterinary Research Institute in Department of Parasitology and Invasive Diseases in Poland. So I would like to present you the results of research grass snakes, Natrix as a reservoir of Alaria alata and other parasites as a potential danger for human health. So European grass snakes is non-venomous snakes widely distributed in European countries, from central Scandinavia to southern Italy, as well as in the Middle East and Northwest Africa. The preferred habitat of grass snakes is woodland and edge territories, such as field margins and forest borders. They lower their body temperature, which causes their heart to hardly beat. Air is pumped in the lungs every quarter of an hour. So the range of grass snakes is from 1 to 1.5 meters. The prey of grass snakes consists mainly in amphibians, especially the common toads and the common frog, although they may occasionally eat ants and larvae of newts. So, free-living snakes may carry a broad range of pathogens since they also prey animals. They can evolve in the life cycle of various nematodes, trematodes, and cestodes, representing an indirect risk of zoonotic infection for humans. So, the grass snakes play the role of parathenic hosts for the trematode Alaria alata. So, Alaria alata, and this is a cosmopolitan parasite. This flux, Mesocercaria, is from 2 to 6 millimeters long. So, the final hosts, including carnivores, fox, dog, and cats, and intermediate hosts. The first host is plain-aerobic snails, and the second host, so this is the parathenic host, this is tadpoles and frogs and snakes. So, the material and methods in our investigations. We are using in the study the grass snakes kill samples in the Poland in the Gostynisko-Włocławski Landscape Park. So we are collected our samples, this tissue of snakes in October 2018 and in October 2019. So the materials for our investigations was 51 muscle tissue of grass snakes. Preparing of samples, including the subcutaneous tissue, was carefully screened for the presence of parasites under a sterile microscope, and tissue have been tested AMT. This is a Alaria alata mesocercaria migration technique and magnetic stirrer method. From 50 grass snakes, we the next doing molecular methods. So the DNA isolation of flux, 1 to 5 parasites from each snake were taken individually for molecular characterization, and performing the multiplex PCR reaction by analyzing the COI gene and from nematodes to analyzing 207 BP region. The next, we are analyzing 18S rRNA gene for trematodes. We are analyzing 232 BP region and 28 sRNA gene for analyzing the tapeworms. So we using LSU 5 and 1500 Earth primers to analyzing the region 1400 BP region. So The next, amplification products were obtained according to assumptions and the next subjected to standard Sanger sequences. So reverse and forward sequences were analyzed in the Genius R7 program. Consensus sequences were compared with the gene bank data by the BLAST nucleotide algorithm to confirm this species identification. So the results, 50 out of a total of 51 grass snakes were infected with helminths. So based on the obtained gene sequences occurred, included mixed invasions, we obtained Alaria alata in 30 samples, Conodiplostomum spatula, this is a flux 2, and was occurred in 16 samples. The next Striga falconis, this is a flux 2 in 12 samples. The next was Neodiplostomum attenatum in 2 samples and Crenosoma vulpis in 4 samples. This is a nematodes. And in 1 samples, we occurred the Ophiotenia. This is a tapeworm. So the next in our investigations was statistical analysis. In this statistical analysis, we calculation the median and intensity with range. The highest intensity found in snakes was infected in Alaria alata, and in snakes with a mixed infection of Alaria alata and Striga falconis. The next step was present for our results. We are building a neighbor joining tree. This unrotted cladodiagram presents of partial 18S of Alaria alata, Striga falconis, Conodiplostomum spatula, and Neodiplostomum attenuatum sequences, together with Alaria americana as outgroup. So, alariosis as a potential risk to human health. So, the pathogenicity of Alaria alata is correlated with the intensity of infections caused by high levels of intake of mesocercaria. The main symptoms of alariosis are different, including an increase this is a circulating eosinophils, as well as an increase in serum immunoglobulin E, IgE. As a result, patients may experience an anaphylactic reaction and a decrease in arterial pressure, leading to vascular collapse and loss of consequences. Other reactions of the body related to the presence of Alaria alata include inflammation of the intestine, as well as mild respiratory symptoms and retinal nerve collapse. Due to the limited number of reports, these symptoms are specific for different Alaria species. In the worst stage of the disease, alariosis can lead to anaphylactic shock, and which may result in death. So, the conclusions of our investigations, of our research. Grass snakes are excellent vector of Alaria alata, being an important source of infection for other susceptible animals living in the same area. As a parthenic host with a parasite prevalence of more than 60 grass snakes can play an important role in maintaining the life cycle of this trematode is of particular interest. The occurrence of the other trematodes, nematodes, and cestodes present in these grass snakes indicates the role of this free-living animal as a huge reservoir for all these parasites. So the fact that infected grass snakes can be eaten by wild boars, causing an increase in the prevalence of Alaria lata in the wild boar population, can posing a risk to human health. From the epidemiological point of view, since wild boar meat is intended for human consumption, the high prevalence of Alaria lata in grass snakes could have an indirect but remarkable effects on increasing the risk of human Alariosis. So this is a reference used in this study. And thank you very much. A big thanks to the organizers of the Congress for the opportunity to participate and deliver an oral presentation in such number group. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anita, for your presentation after hard work to make it in full screen. So dear respected participants, if you have any questions, so you make it in full or chat box. Now we continue the presentation with the seventh one. Selahattin Aydemir, are you here?
Yes, can you hear?
Yes, you are here. So please, you open your presentation, which is entitled Investigation of Intestinal Parasites in Hypertension Patients. Oh, it's good.
It's good. Hello, everyone. I'm Selahattin. I'm working at Yüzüncü University Department of Parasitology Medical Faculty. We did this work together with Abdurrahman and Nurhan Karakush. I'm talking about investigation of intestinal parasites in hypertension patients. Firstly, I want to give information about intestinal parasites. Intestinal parasitic infections have a significant impact on health outcomes and morbidity in adults and children worldwide, ranging from diarrhea and stunting in children to impaired cognitive development from iron deficiency anemia. The effects of intestinal parasites on the host depend on different factors, such as the number of parasites, whether the parasite is invasive or not, and condition of the patient's immune system. It has been stated that immunosuppressed individuals are greatly affected by gastrointestinal symptoms disease caused by opportunistic parasites, and the decrease in the number of CD4 plus T lymphocytes in individuals causes this disease to progress more severely and more atypically. The effects of intestinal parasites become more severe when it was accompanied by chronic disease such as hypertension. So, purpose of the study. This study was conducted to investigate the frequency of intestinal parasites in patients with hypertension. Materials, 30 hypertension patients were included in the study for patients group, and for control group were included 30 immune-competent individuals without any chronic disease. Stool samples were first analyzed microscopically and then using native and concentration methods. Result, one or more intestinal parasites were detected in 10 patients in the patients group. In the control group, only one patient. A statistically significant was found between the frequency of parasites in the hypertension patients and the control group. You can see the result in table. Conclusion, it was concluded that it is necessary to evaluate hypertension patients in terms of intestinal parasites. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Selahattin Aydemir, for your quick presentation. Dear participants, you can make your question in the chat section.
Okay.
Now we have, please, I call Malgorzata Samrukan Piroz. It's okay? You are here.
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, it's okay. So please, you have a presentation on molecular confirmation of Taenia pisiformis cysticercosis in rabbit infants.
Yes.
So please, you open your presentation.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, very okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to participating in the conference. I would like to present my presentation entitled Molecular Confirmation of Taenia pisiformis cysticercosis in rabbit in Poland. Taenia pisiformis is a tapeworm with worldwide geographical distribution. It belongs to the Taenidae family and has an indirect life cycle. The final hosts are canids and intermediate hosts are lagomorphs or rodents. Infection is usually asymptomatic in both the definitive and intermediate host. However, heavy infection can lead to liver damage in the intermediate host, and as a consequence, hepatitis and cirrhosis can occur. Here we have life cycle of Taenia pisiformis. The intermediate host becomes infected by eating eggs of the parasite excreted with feces of canids. Swallowed eggs hatched in the small intestine of this host. Liberated oncosphere pass through the intestinal wall to the portal system, to the liver. After 2 to 4 weeks, the juvenile stages cross the liver parenchyma to the abdominal cavity, where they developed into the metacestoid stage called cysticercus. The cysts are fluid-filled with a globular to oval shape. The definitive host is infected by consuming the internal organs of an intermediate host infected with Taenia pisiformis metacestodes. In the small intestine of canids, the larval stages of the parasite developed into the adult worms, which mature after around 6 to 8 weeks and start producing eggs. The proglottids with eggs are released into the environment with the host's excrements. Most of the research on Taenia pisiformis cysticercosis identification has been based on morphological characterization during autopsy. There is little information regarding molecular identification of this parasite. The GenBank database has a limited number of sequences of Taenia pisiformis. Moreover, in Poland, there are no molecular data about this parasite in the intermediate host. This prompted us to conduct described research. So the aim of our study was to present the molecular characterization as well as phylogenetic analysis of Taenia pisiformis cysts isolated from rabbit. The subject of this study was an adult crossbreed female rabbit, approximately 2 years old. Autopsy revealed numerous cysts on the surface of the liver, within the liver parenchyma and in the fluid of the body cavity. DNA was isolated according to the manufacturer's protocol from each individual cyst sample. PCR amplification was performed with 3 different protocols to obtain partial sequences of 12S ribosomal RNA, NADH dehydrogenase subunit 1, and cytochrome oxidase subunit 1 of Taenia. The parasite was microscopically identified by measurement and shape and accurately matched the description of the metacestody stage of Taenia pisiformis. The microscopic examination showed highly developed inflammatory, post-inflammatory, and degenerative changes of the liver associated with the presence of tapeworm cysts, and also catarrhal enteritis. Amplification of partial sequences of 12S rRNA and the NAD1 and COX-1 genes was successful. The products of all PCR reaction were of expected size. The comparison of the sequencing results of the obtained amplicons using the GenBank database confirmed that the detected parasites was Taenia pisiformis. The contig of partial 12S RNA was used to confirm preliminarily the species affiliation. For further phylogenetic analysis, we used sequences of partial NAD1 and COX-1 genes, which were submitted to the GenBank under these accession numbers. Here we have contig of partial NAD forward and reverse sequences, and its length was 530 base pairs. The alignment of sequences of Taenia pisiformis available from GenBank database with our sequence showed that there was 97.15 to 99.2% of identity among them, differing from each other by single nucleotide differences. All of these 21 nucleotide differences were attributable to substitutions. And here we have phenogram, which was constructed from the partial NAD1 alignment of our sequence with sequences of Taenia pisiformis genotypes deposited in the GenBank. And Echinococcus canadensis was added as an outgroup. Here we have alignment of the partial COX sequences, and we have 97.98% of identity. And we have also nucleotide differences by nucleotide, single nucleotide variants, and all of these nucleotide differences were attributable to substitution. And here we have phenogram of COX alignment. As a previous gene, Echinococcus canadensis was also added as an outgroup. And conclusion. To conclude, this is the first molecular confirmation of Taenia pisiformis cysticercosis in rabbit in Poland. Molecular methods of diagnosis enable accurate and precise diagnosis of investigated parasite. What's more, knowledge about its genetic characteristic could be used to examine the epidemiology and transmission. The phylogenetic analysis of the received sequences identified a new haplotype. The received data can be used to supplement the species description. The range of this infection among lagomorphs in Poland is still unknown, and further investigation is required. Our results provide a useful knowledge for monitoring changes in parasite population for future control strategies. The investigation have been published in 2021 in Pathogens, and I strongly encourage to read the article. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Malgorzata, for your informative and nice presentation and the respect of time. Now, if you have any question for the participant, they put their question in the chat box, or you change your email with the participant in the chat box, I mean the correspondent author. Now the next one on rapid detection of fasciolosis in large ruminant of Pakistan. So if I call Kiran Afshan, if he or they are here. Kiran, did you hear me? Kiran Afshan.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Ah, you are here. So please, you open your presentation and you make it in full screen.
Let me share it.
Okay.
Okay, you can see.
No, you open it, and after there is a green button where there is sharing.
Hello, you can see my presentation.
No. Still the presentation of Malgorzata in the screen.
Can you see my presentation?
Sorry?
Okay. Yeah, I have tried.
At first, you open your presentation, and after there is a green button where there is sharing.
Can you see my presentation?
No, not yet.
Yeah, I have opened it. Okay, can you see?
1 minute, 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, now you make it in full screen.
I think it's fine now.
Okay, but you make it in full screen. It's okay. Thank you.
Yes, I make it.
Yes, it's okay. It's
Yes.
okay. Dr. Kiran, you can begin.
Okay, I am Dr. Kiran Afsham from Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. I am working as Assistant Professor of Parasitology, and today I am going to present my research on rapid detection of fasciolosis in large ruminants of Pakistan. First, I would like to introduce what fasciolosis is. This is a trematode parasite that is mainly caused by Fasciola hepatica and gigantica, and it is a plant-borne trematode infection. And definitive host for this parasite are sheep, ruminants, and even human. Intermediate hosts are freshwater snails, which are mollusks. And infective stages for this parasite are metacercaria, and usually it is acquired by ingestion of infected vegetation. And diagnostic stages is microscopy, examination of egg in the stool. And this parasite is the main reason for poor health of livestock in Pakistan and even in the world. So in this context, we hypothesize that rapid diagnostic methods may be possibly a significant step towards controlling Pakistan's major livestock parasitic diseases for its sustainable livestock production. This is the life cycle of the parasite. You can see that the egg are released in the feces of definitive host, and then they become embryonated in the water and hatch into free swimming meriscedium stage larva. Then this meriscedium penetrate the mollusk intermediate host, and it develop into sporocyst, radia, cercaria larvae, and then cercaria exit the intermediate host, and then it become encysted into the metacercaria on vegetation. And when definitive host, sheep, cattle, any other ruminant or even human, they ingest this infested vegetation, they become infected. And then juvenile stages, they are present, they are migrating in the liver, and adults are present in the bile duct, and this cycle continue. The pathogenicity which is caused by this parasite, that is, you can see in this figure that there is a liver inflammation, bile duct inflammation, then jaundice, adenoma, anemia. And if a animal, usually sheep, they can ingest more than 5,000 metacercaria, they reach to the mortality because of high infestation rate of the parasite. The background and objective of the current research are usually, as I mentioned, that microscopic method are used for its diagnosis, but these microscopic method take 3 months to pass egg in the feces. So control of fasciolosis is very limited in terms of early diagnostic methods. So several investigations were made on development of early immunoassays, and enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay in Western blots have been extensively used for serological survey of these parasites. But the commercial kits which are available against these parasites for serological detection, they don't have 100% sensitivity and specificity in the diagnosis. And the reason could be that these identified protective proteins which are used in ELISA or Western blot, they vary in parasite which are belonging to different geographical regions. So existence of antigenic variation among different fasciolate strains make commercial kits inefficient in different geographical areas. So to fill this research gap, we tried to develop a prototype diagnostic assay for detection of fascioliosis, early detection of fascioliosis. So the present study that was aimed to evaluate the potential metabolic and tegumental somatic protein extracts in sero-diagnosis of fascioliosis. This is the methodology of this research. We had collected adult parasites from the bile duct of infected animals. We collected the blood sample for serological analysis, and then we extracted the excretory secretory antigen, metabolic antigen, and tegumental antigen by culturing the parasite in RPMI media and by homogenizing the somatic for somatic antigen, homogenizing the adult moms, and we extracted the metabolic and tegumental proteins, and then we immunize the rabbit and generate a hyperimmune sera against somatic and excretory secretory products. And then we perform the SDS-PACE in Western blot to detect the most dominant protein having diagnostic potential. And then we perform the serological assay ELISA that is used for finding the epidemiological status of the parasite in the country. And statistical analysis was performed, and we use chi-square analysis for association to determine the association with disease and risk factors. And we perform a linear regression equation to find the unknown concentration of the protein, and kappa test was performed to check the validity, diagnostic validity of different assays, immunological assays, which was used. Results. Here you can see that these are the standard linear regression equations that were plotted for somatic and excretory secretory antigens with the known concentration of bovine serum albumin, and our square value for somatic and excretory secretory antigen were 0.85 to 0.73 for both type of antigens. Then the Western blot analysis was performed on these somatic and excretory secretory antigen products, and we found that 10 to 250 kilodalton proteins, they were detected for somatic antigen, and 25 to 250 kilodalton molecular weight protein, they were detected for excretory secretory antigen. And the most prominent protein in case of somatic antigen, which we had detected with Western blot, having diagnostic potential, could be that was 10 kilodalton, 15 to 25, 70, 100, and 250 kilodalton for somatic antigen. While for excretory secretory, we have 55, 70 kilodalton, 100, and 250 kilodalton antigenic proteins for excretory secretory antigen. These are some of the figures of somatic and excretory secretory antigen on nitrocellulose membrane that is indicating that different molecular weight protein that were detected having diagnostic potential. Then we performed the ELISA for serological detection. ELISA was established, and the gold standard in this technique was taken that the animals which were infected with the flukes, they were considered as gold standard positive, and the sensitivity and specificity of the established ELISA was for excretory secretory antigen was 95% and 87% for somatic antigen, while for excretory secretory antigen we have 177% sensitivity and specificity. These are the tables that is indicating the diagnostic performance of ELISA that is established for somatic antigen and excretory secretory antigen, and the kappa value that is indicating the test performance is good, 0.8 and 0.7% kappa value for somatic and excretory secretory antigen that was calculated with positive and negative serum samples. Then we, after testing the diagnostic performance of the test, we implement this serological assay in the field, and we found that the seroprevalence that is detected by using the somatic antigen, that is 39, and while with the excretory antigen, that is 29%, while when we compared the fasciolosis with the risk factor, we did not find any factor that is associated significantly with the disease. However, infection was higher in the buffalo as compared to the cattle. This might be because buffalo live in swampy areas, so they have higher exposure to getting the intermediate host or infective stages of the parasite. Then age-wise, 8 to 10 year age animal, they were found more positive for fasciolosis as compared to younger ones. And the reason could be that these age animal, they were taken for grazing and they had more exposure to the infective stages. So higher infection was found in these group. Then we have a higher infestation rate in the female as compared to the male. And the possible reason might be that female have breeding or milking stress, so they become more susceptible for the infection. And we observed that the higher infection was found in the month of October and September as compared to the rest of the season. And this could be because during these months after rainy season, there are more availability of this male intermediate host, and the animals, they are grazing and they are having exposure with infective stages, and after 3 months infection appeared in these months. So this is the table that is indicating the analysis, chi-square analysis with the somatic and excretory antigen with respect to the host, age, gender, and month-wise prevalence of fasciolosis. Conclusion. So this study proves that in-house sensitive, in-house immunoassays, the ELISA assay, which was established, that is a good alternative as compared to the commercial kits, which have high import cost. And then laboratory raised polyclonal antibodies, they are also very successful for detection of antigenic proteins. And further, we recommend that there is a need to study further categorize these somatic and excretory antigen, and we should need to develop a prototype diagnostic assays based on those specific molecular weight proteins that have higher diagnostic potential, having more sensitivity and specificity. That's all about my presentation. And in the end, I would like to acknowledge the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan for funding this project, and the data which I presented here, that is published in the international journal Genetica. So in the end, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran, for your presentation. Again, dear respected participants, if you have any question, please put them in the chat section. Now we continue our presentation. I call Mohammed Uwais Omar to present her communication about in ovo antiviral activity of Centella asiatica leaves against avian influenza virus H9 and 2.
Very good evening from Pakistan, really. Am I audible and visible?
Okay. Now you make your, please, open your presentation.
I have opened my presentation. Am I visible and audible, please?
So please, we can't see your presentation. You open your presentation, and after there is a green button, sharing, you share. Okay, now you make it in full screen, please. It's nice.
I have made.
Yes, it's okay. You can begin, please.
Oh, really? Thank you so much. I'm very thankful to the organizers, especially Professor Ulas, the chairperson of this whole Congress, for inviting us to be here after a very tense 2 years, really. And thank you very much, the other chairperson of this session. I'm really obliged. So I'm Professor Dr. Avais Umar. I'm head of Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology, University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore. Actually, what happened here in the world that so many resistant strains of microbes, they are being generated due to indiscriminate use of different drugs, which are synthetic ones. And we know that the ancient world that had always been dependent on the natural sources like plants and animals for the treatment of major and minor diseases of humans, animals as well. With the advancement of technology, the trend shifted towards the use of synthetic or semi-synthetic medicines. However, in recent times, people are paying attention for the use of traditionally used therapies and medicines, in particular of organic source. The upsurge for usage of organic sources, especially the plants, instead of chemical drugs for the treatment of minor as well as major illnesses is due to the couple of reasons, which may include the limited access and the ineffective treatment, side effects, and other complications like the resistance which have been developed due to the indiscriminate use of the other drugs which are available. So there is a need to use plants. There is always actually a need to use plants for this reason, to find out their different chemical components, which are the alkaloids, these are the terpenoids, these are the flavonoids, these are the saponins, polysaccharides, minerals, vitamins, and other things which treat various diseases. So actually my department is concerned with the, to find out the different plants which are having pharmacological activities and to see their pharmacological actions as well as the toxicities which are being produced by them. And we are having a research group, and by this conference, we will be able to collaborate more and more scientists and to do different, interested research. So as far as this, because this plant which I am going to describe just now, Centella asiatica, it is widely used, grown worldwide. It is available in Pakistan as well. It is also available in Turkey. Here the flag is there behind me, you can see. Actually, this plant is having so many effects, and they are present in the literature. So actually, my research was to find out the different extracts using different solvents of this plant leaves against H9N2 avian influenza virus, because these viruses, they are creating havoc in animals and the humans, and the coronavirus example is here. And actually, we know that there are different influenza viruses which are being transmitted from the animals to the humans and from the humans to the animals, and such diseases, we know they are called the zoonotic diseases. And among that, influenza virus, actually, that is being distributed worldwide. It is also creating problem everywhere in the world. So there was a need actually to find out different different plants which are having antiviral activity. So this plant particularly, it showed so many antiviral activities against different viruses. If we just elaborate this, influenza virus for a time, this belongs to a family Orthomyxoviridae, which represents the enveloped single-stranded RNA viruses, because the RNA viruses, they continuously change their shape. So that's why it is very difficult for us to treat them with a single vaccine or with a single drug. This family has 4 types of genera, A, B, C, and other, etc. However, only A and B are having of clinical importance, as well as we see the humans' involvement if it is there. So there are other strains, H5, H7, and H9, according to WHO's list of 3 avian influenza viruses subtypes. So there was a need to find out some drugs which are plant-based, which are having less side effects, and which are having, less side effects. And the main theme is the resistance, to overcome the resistance which we are, facing due to the use of these different drugs. So if we see that antiviral drugs which are being used. There are different assays by which we can find out the this antiviral effect of these plants. These are in vivo assays, they are in vitro assays. Alhamdulillah, my department is concerned with the all of the assays which are being performed. We have mostly standardized here in vivo assays. We use different animals for this purpose, and the cell lines they are using in vitro assays, and some in ovo assays are also being established by my team, that is angiogenesis or other assays. So we explored the different chemical constituents from the plants and to use them on animal models or on the cell lines or on the eggs as well. So I have given the description of this plant as already. So it is having zoonotic importance. Whenever there is a origin of any virus in any animal species, then what happens is it is mutated. It is mutated, and then this is replicated, and this is shredded all over the surroundings, and the other animals, they are also inhabiting that virus, and they are getting more changes in that form, and in this way it becomes virulent for the end, the persons or the animals which are actually intaking that medicine, the virus. So this is actually the figure tells us about the mutation of the virus in different animal species. So experimental design was actually to find out the different chemical constituents effect on this H9N2 avian influenza virus, and these are the ethanol and the aqueous extract. And we know that actually different extracts from the plants, they are separated from by using different solvents like chloroform, like chlorohexane, like ethanol, water, methanol, etc., and they are separated by using different extraction methods. So we have used the conventional methods for extraction of these plant extracts from the leaves of this plant, and in ovo experimentation was done here, because there is ethical issue. Use the different plants in our country, so by limiting the number of the animals, we can also perform these experiments on the in vivo on the animal models, but we have done it on the eggs, because the eggs, they provide a very economical and easy access to do such types of research. And the other conventional methods like Subscales apparatus and the rotary evaporator, that was also being used. We all know the Subscales apparatus that is actually used for the extraction, for the taking out different plant medicines, plant constituents from different plants, and to then make them available. Then percentage yield.
Sorry, Professor Dr. Ovais, you have time to finish your presentation, please.
Is it 2 minutes, please?
Yes, 2 minutes.
Okay, inshallah. So antiviral activity was done. Thank you so much. So antiviral activity was actually done in incorporating the virus, by incorporating the virus into the eggs. And then this is the protocol, how we use the chicken eggs, and then HA hemagglutination titer was done. And it if we see the leaf extract of this plant, phytochemical screening, it is having all the components like alkaloids, coumarins, proteins, etc., but phenols and saponins, they were absent in both of these two, ethanolic and the aqueous extract. So these are the results. You can also find it in my presentation. So if I quickly, describe the results. All different concentrations of each ethanol and the aqueous extracts of this plant, they have shown antiviral activity against H9N2 avian influenza virus. But the C1, that is the 2.5 milligram per ml, and the C2 of ethanolic extract, that is 1.25 mg per ml, they showed excellent result as far as the aqueous extract was concerned. That also showed at C4 like 2.5 milligram per ml. So we can say that the dose-dependent antiviral effect of different constituents of this plant leaf extract in ethanol and in water, they showed very good antiviral activities. So there is a huge, space to use to find out which chemical, to separate the chemical constituents which are actively participating in the antiviral activity, so we can use other viruses as well. So I have done this research on using that virus that is having zoonotic importance and that is having a resistance problem, and the drugs, they are not so much effective as we have seen the plants. But definitely a standard drug that was also used in this case, and it also showed good results, and the plant extract results, they were parallel to that. Thank you so much really for giving me this opportunity. I think that it will be helpful for all of us and the new researchers, and I will send my email address in the chat box so that the questions, they can be answered. Thank you really.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Vaiz, for your nice presentation and your explanation. I feel I am in the class and you explained to me the lesson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Really.
So now for dear respected participants, if you have any question, you can share this question in the chat box. Now, the next one, I call Firas Alali.
Yes.
Firas Alali. Please,
yes.
You open your camera to present your communication about distribution and identification of the parasitic nematode from Razaza Lake, Karbala province, Iraq. So you have your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khawla.
So please, you open your camera, please. Okay, and you make your presentation as full screen.
Can you see my presentation?
Okay, but in full screen.
No. Are you okay?
Yes, tamam.
شكرا دكتور خالد.
Okay.
Distribution and identification of the parasitic nematodes Contrasecum species in Planalysia Abu Hegel 1843, Mugliformis muglidi from Razaza Lake, Karbala province, Iraq. Contrasecum species are parasitic nematodes of the Ensachidae family. They have been shown to have extremely pathogenic effect on both animals, fish, birds, and marine mammals, and humans. Insect species have a complicated and heterogeneous life cycle. The ultimate definitive host of these nematodes are marine mammals with a complex life cycle. They are parasites that live in the larval stage of various species across the globe. The parasitic Ensachidae family includes 8 distinct parasite genera and 46 different species. This genus has about 100 species. This nematode parasite exploit various crustacean and fish species as intermediate or paratenic host, with the human serving as accidental host. Ensachidosis is a new illness that causes a variety of clinical symptoms in humans and is caused by members of the Ensachidae family. The life cycle heterogeneous, composed of birds, marines, and crustaceans. Different crustacean phase consider the intermediate host, and the second intermediate host as the fish, and accidental human. Ensachiasis is a parasitic infection caused by larval stage of nematodes from the Ensachidae family genera Ensaches, Pseudodurinova, and Contrasecum. Contrasecum species larvae were reported for the first time in Iraq from 10 fish species from different parts of Iraq by Herzog 1968. The first record of the adult worm of such larvae are found in some aquatic birds in Iraq by Al-Hadithi and Habash 1977. The number of fish-borne nematodes seem to be growing in some Asian countries. Today, no investigation has been done on the prevalence of contracecum larvae in Planelisa, Abu from various localities in Karbala and all of Iraq. Given the above facts, the purpose of this research was to determine the general prevalence and key risk factor related to the occurrence of contrast species collected from the viscera Planelisa Abu of market of Karbala, Iraq. Materials and methods were collected from Karbala. This result located as about 100 kilometers southeast of Baghdad, and estimated population 1 million pilgrims that come each year. Like milk means salts, also known as razaza-like, can be found in western Iraq, just west of Karbala. It is Iraq's second biggest freshwater lake and was previously a major source of fish. The lake, which covers an area 1,810 square kilometers and is 40 meters above sea level, can store 26 billion cubic meters of water. Some of the water from Lake Habbani is sent to Razaza Lake. Sorry. Was found. Some of the
you can enlarge your screen, please.
Photo by me from Razaza Lake.
We didn't see your presentation, please. The slide you mix.
Okay. No?
It's okay, but in full screen, please.
No, okay, Doctor.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Morphological identification using light microscope examined morphology of isolated larvae. The larvae of each fish species were arranged in saline solution for 30 minutes, previously fixed in alcohol, and then inspected under light microscope. All of the larvae were morphologically evaluated. Nematode larvae were collected and cleaned physiological saline from fish body cavities, then cleared in lactovinol. Morphological characteristic of contracecum. This worm have two oppositely oriented ceca as a part of their digestive system, as the genus name implies in figure 1. They also have an excretory orifice at the front of the bodies because they are the most consistent at all the development stage. They should be regarded as the most relevant morphological traits for distinguishing contracecum species from the rest of the insect nematode. The result in all fish light microscope inspection indicate larval type complicate with the contracecum type. The fish parasite was confirmed as contracecum species by the Iraqi Natural History Research Center and the Museum at Baghdad University. In Planelisa Abu, only contracecum species third stage larvae 3 were discovered. There were no contracecum species fourth stage larvae found. The body of the third stage larvae was rather substantial shell. The cuticle became annular and formed a collar and the front end. An excretory orifice opens at the anterior end. The esophagus terminates in a short subglobular ventricles. The intestinal cecum is much shorter than the ventricle appendix. The intestine is large and filled the rest of the body. Tail is highly pointed and has spin. You can see the collected specimen. and show more and open the fish and this viscera, and we can see the nematode contracecum and this cephalic tooth, boring tooth, and this papillae and this area and excretory, and this photograph esophagus, you can see this line, and the cuticle and intestinal cecum. You can see ventricle, this intestine and anus, and this pointed and this spin. Result: a survey on nematode parasite of Placenta or Phrazzazaric was completed during a 3-year period from November 2019 to December 2021. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, no data was obtained between March and August of 2020. A total of 148 fish were captured and tested for nematode infection in 2019, 277 in 2020, and 577 in 2021. The infection rate in November and December of 2019 was 48.73% and 65% and 2020 and 8.6% in 2021 respectively. And then in table 1 and 2 you can see the 2019 in November and December. You can see the length and total and the infected fish and infection rate and number of nematode of fish. And this in red color, you can see the no data because COVID, because the study harbor 3 years.
Please, Dr. Firas, you have 1 minute to finish your presentation, please.
I will end it. The statistical was detected by chi-square, and this second table conclusion: to minimize the risk to public health, preventive education of stakeholders, fish species and origin should be considered by consumers. Risk factors like crustacean and birds at the same area, mechanical isolation of contracecum larvae observed in fish abdominal cavity, parasitological surveys for contracecum larvae in consumed seafoods, and particularly fish host is crucial to ensure food safety, and heat treatment or freezing to kill worms are needed in order to reduce the risk of human infection. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alali Firas, for your presentation. Please share your email in the chat box if any participant has questions. Now, I call Muntazah Mehdi. If you are here, please. Do you hear me, please? Muntazah Mehdi. Sayyid Muntazah Mehdi. Yes, you have, please, you have a presentation on molecular characterization of Toxoplasma gondii and its zoonotic potential for public health significance. So please open your presentation.
Is it visible, Professor?
Okay, but please, you make it in full screen, please.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's good.
Yeah.
You can begin. Okay.
Here is Munser Mehdi from a PhD student from KU Leuven, Belgium. I have done my master in Department of Parasitology, University of Veterinary Animal Sciences, Lahore, Pakistan. The title of my research was molecular characterization of Toxoplasma gondii in cats and its zoonotic potential for public health significance. Toxoplasma gondii is an obligate intracellular protozoan from phylum Apicomplexa, having apical complex structure which assists penetration into the host cell. It was first described by Nicoli and Mansiox in 1908. It is worldwide present, and cat is the definitive host of this disease. It may be intermediate host in some cases, while all warm-blooded animals act as intermediate hosts. It is the leading cause of foodborne deaths in human. About 1/3 population is infected by this malady. As the epidemiology and risk factor of this disease is concerned, cat become infected by eating infected rodents, birds, and other small animals, and human and shed oocyst into the environment. Human ingest these oocyst and become infected. As the foodborne cat tissue form of the parasite Brady's rats transmitted to humans by eating contaminated food and get infected. Mother can get infection during or before pregnancy, and may be transferred to newborn baby by placenta. The other rare instances like the organ transplant and blood transfusion from infected donor maybe cause infection in the recipient. As the zoonotic potential of this parasites can be seen in case of abortion, stillbirth, hydrocephaly, and other vein problems, brain damage, which may be transmitted by organ transplant, milk and milk products, form of placental meat and meat products of contaminated products during blood transfusion or direct contact with the cats, and these may transfer to fetus by mother's placenta. As far as the life cycle of this protozoa is concerned, cat being a definitive host shed unsporulated oocyst into the environment, which transferred into sporulated oocyst in the environment that ingested by intermediate host, and the human get tissue cyst and infected undercooked meat or contaminated food water, which transferred to fetus by placenta. As far as the objectives of this research was concerned, the main objective of this research are molecular detection and confirmation by sequencing and phylogenetic analysis to assess the seroprevalence in food animals, zoonotic potential for public health significance. To assess the seroprevalence of toxoplasmosis, indirect ELISA was performed from this. Blood samples were collected from sheep, goat, and human, and the serum was separated by centrifugation. Immunoglobulin G antibodies were detected by indirect ELISA, and results were analyzed by comparing the results in ELISA reader. Molecular detection of Toxoplasma gondii was done from cat fecal samples. Flotation sedimentation techniques were performed to identify the oocyst under light microscope. For amplification of Toxoplasma gondii genome, PCR was performed with the universal and specific primers, and the after PCR Sanger sequencing was performed for genome analysis. Phylogenetic analysis was done by MegaX software. Here is the results for the indirect ELISA. The findings of this study show the evidence of toxoplasmosis in sheep, goats, and human beings. Seroprevalence was assessed by using chi-square test. The p-value was statistically significant. The goats were most infected by Toxoplasma gondii. Possible reason may be a warm and humid environment of these areas. Maybe due to the lack of education and awareness about the disease. The disease is most prevalent in these areas. These are the images of oocyst under microscope. It is difficult to see the oocyst of smaller size, about 10 to 12 micrometer. So it's a oocyst, unsporulated oocyst is maybe spherical, somewhat rounded in shape, but the sporulated oocyst of Toxoplasma gondii can be seen having 2 sporocysts and 4 sporozoids. Cats shed oocyst for 1 to 2 weeks after infection, so it may be the results are smaller in macroscopic examination. The prevalence of suspected oocyst from Toxoplasma gondii was 30%, and in the other area it was 42%, which was statistically significant. Here is the image of agarose gel under UV illumination, which shows the bands at 800 base pair with Cox primer, which we use as a universal primer. Latter was 100 base pair samples, SS1, S2, S3, and S4 shows the band at 800 base pair, which was similar with the control positive. PCR is the most specific and sensitive diagnostic tool for diagnosis. So here is the here is the image of agarose gel for specific primer at 529 base pair. This is the confirmation of partial amplification of SAG2 Toxoplasma gondii. The PCR amplicon was confirmed by sequencing and blast analysis on NCBI. MegaX software was analyzed to was used to plot the phylogenetic tree Toxoplasma gondii. Isolates of our study relied on a branch which represents AG2, a typical strain similar to the sequences that submitted from other countries like Iran, India, Saudi Arabia, and etc. The outcome of our research was the toxoplasmosis is an endemic disease in the region and constant threat to small ruminants perceived as principal cause of abortion in humans. Current study revealed cats as a major reservoir with its pivotal role in transmission of the disease. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Sayyid Muntazir, for your presentation. So please, you share your email in the chat section if any participant want to ask a question about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now I call Veronika Korypsia-Brizka. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. So please, you open your presentation, which is entitled "The Trichinosis Outbreak in Poland After Conception of Sausage Made of Wild Boar Meat."
Okay, is it?
It's okay. It's okay. You can begin, please.
Okay. I would like to welcome you all and thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this international congress. I would like to present an analysis of epidemiological investigation on trichinosis outbreak, which occurred recently in Poland due to the consumption of wild boar sausage. An outbreak of trichinosis due to the consumption of sausage made from wild boar meat and unexamined for the presence of Trichinella was reported in Poland in December 2020, and it affected 8 people. Examinations of the sausages made from wild boar meat collected during epidemiological investigation indicated a high level of Trichinella. And therefore, the threat of an infection in humans after consumption of such product was significant. Over the years, the main source of trichinellosis in Poland has been wild boar meat, and the majority of trichinellosis cases were related with the consumption of traditional raw meat products, such as Polish sausage. Diagnosis of this disease is made in patients presenting signs and symptoms typical for trichinellosis, positive laboratory test for trichinella, and consumption history of potentially infective food with special attention to meat products eaten raw or undercooked. Within 2011 and 2020, 129 cases of human trichinellosis were diagnosed in Poland, and 3 voivodeships, which you can see here in yellow, participated with more than half of all cases. It was 52% of cases. The diseases in human are related with endemic prevalence of trichinella. As you can see, red spots is the presence of Trichinella spiralis in Poland, and blue spots Trichinella britovi. Of course, all of them in wild boars. One of the parts of the voivodeships presented before is the region called Kościan district. This area is dominated by forests with the majority of pines, but also black alders, oaks, and other trees. Due to the significant share of pine forest, this area is characterized by a shortage of protein available to animals. Depending on the season, the wild boars feed on undergrowth root, crop plants, small rodents, which can be a reservoir of Trichinella larvae. The investigation, epidemiological investigation, was conducted by sanitary inspection together with veterinary inspection. And there was three possible cases, which means cases could be possible, probable, or confirmed. Possible case is a case meeting the clinical criteria without epidemiological or laboratory evidence. Probable applies to any person meeting the clinical criteria with an epidemiological link, and confirmed meets the clinical and laboratory criteria. Since the origin of meat was unclear, 2 samples of sausages were delivered to the laboratory for species identification. They were transported and stored frozen, and after thawing, the sausage castings were removed and particles of muscles tissue were selected and cleared from fat and spices. Samples were examined for animal species identification with isoelectric focusing on polyacrylamide gels in gradient pH. This analysis confirmed that the sausage was made of wild boar meat. Also, 2 sausage samples were analyzed by magnetic stirrer assisted digestion method in order to check if the Trichinella are present. In sample number 1, 54 larvae were found, and in sample number 2, 34 larvae. They were identified using PCR, and this analysis confirmed that the species of Trichinella was Trichinella spiralis in both samples. The symptoms observed
in all 8 people who were involved in this outbreak are presented in this table. Every patient had fever, muscle pain, and swelling of the eyelids. However, a few had some other symptoms like abdominal pain and diarrhea. As a conclusion, this outbreak indicates the need for better education on food safety among hunters and consumers. It highlights the gaps in food control of meat derived from wild animals. And in the areas endemic for Trichinella, it should be necessary to test the meat of wild boars for this parasite, even if it's only for the hunter's own need. These analyses were published this year in Journal of Clinical Medicine, and I encourage you to read this paper. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Veronica, for your nice presentation and respect of time. Please, you share your email in the chat section if anyone want to make a question. Now I call Tuxi Tuigan. Ah, you are here. So please open your presentation. It's about trichinosis. About Emeria infection in partridge.
Yes.
Very nice.
Okay. Hello, dear respected researchers science. Today I will our study IMI infection in partridges. Coccidiosis is protozoan disease caused by parasites of the genus Aimia and Isopora belonging to the phylum Apicomplexa. The agents have a direct life cycle and settle in the intestinal tracts of many mammalian and bird species. For example, cattle, sheep, goats, chicken, and partridge, which is our topic. They cause severe disease and often death, especially in young animals. Partridges belong to family Sendae in the order Galliformis. Alectoris sugar, also known as Indian partridge, is the most widespread partridge species in Turkey due to its natural habitat being rocky and steppe and choosing regions that do not receive much precipitation. If we look at the order species in the family, in the same family as the Indian partridge, for example, grey partridge is found in the inner Aegean, Marmara, and Thrace. CC partridge in southeastern Anatolia, and Caspian snowcock in the eastern Black Sea regions. In farms where partridges and birds of prey are raised, the spread of parasitic disease might increase and be overlooked due to the fact that many animals are housed in the same cage or shelter. In this study, the digestive system of 20 partridges sent to parasitology laboratory by hunters was examined for Aimia infection. The guts of the partridges were opened, were inspected with naked eyes microscopically, and a sufficient amount of phages was taken. Aimia spp, 2 samples of 7 partridges whose oocysts were detected were spirated with a solution containing 2.5% potassium dichromate for 1 week in incubator at 25-27 centigrade for species identification. Spirated oocysts were examined in terms of shape, size, oocysticity, study body, polar granules, micropolar cap, and refractor globus, and their morphological features were examined and species identification were made with the help of the relevant detector. It was observed that 7 of 20 partridge phages examined were infected with Aimia oocyst. As a result of spirillation, it was observed that the oocysts examined belonging to 2 different species, and according to their morphological characteristics, the agents were defined as Aimia tenella and Aemia and mixed infection were detected in all infected animals. The same Aemia species show different localization and pathogenicity in different hosts. For example, Aemia study can be found in the liver and bile ducts in rabbits. Aemia truncata is located in the kidney tubular epithelium of geese and ducks. Aemia arlongi has high pathogenicity in gas. It does not form infection in sheep. For this reason, specific study should be performed for each animal in order to reveal the epizooology of a parasite. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tukshi, for your nice presentation and quick. So please share your email if anyone want to make a question. Now we have the last presentation, which will be held by Ahmed Guksu. You are here. Good. So please open your presentation.
No. He's our professor. He has given lecture to us from the anatomy, and he's
okay.
a very valuable person in our life. And the other one, the speaker is not here. That's why the last speech is completed.
Because I see him smiling, so I feel that he is the participant. So that's why. So now all the participants make their presentations. So we close the session or what?
Yes, I would like to announce something. First of all, I would like to appreciate for your support, dear Professor Dr. Kola Doğukani.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much for your collaboration and support. Dear respected participants, now we are ending this session, but we will start 7 p.m. With the closing ceremony. And in the closing ceremony, we are going to announce the poster and oral presentation awards. And we would like to meet again in 7 p.m. here.
Just one word, please, if you permit, Dr. Ulas. I express my respect and thanks again for you and for Dr. Damla. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to be here with you and to share information and experience with my colleagues from all the countries of the world. Now we feel that we are a Biohealth Congress family. So we are waiting the third edition of this Congress, but at this time, we hope that it will be face-to-face.
Hopefully, we want to do also it face-to-face.
Okay, thank you
again.
again.
We will see what the time brings to us.
Okay,
thank you very much again for your support.
Thank you.
And we will open the poster presentations during the break and see you 7 p.m.
Okay, see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Dear respected participants, welcome to closing ceremony of second International Biological and Health Sciences Congress. This time we are very happy because in the first Congress we has got the attendance from 21 countries. Now we have altogether succeeded to reach 50 different countries participation, and in our scientific committee, more than 100 different universities has supported us, and almost 300 very valuable academicians supported our scientific committee. And from 11 different countries, invited speakers who are very experienced in their area held their presentations. And as I said, more than 400 abstracts we have received, and they were very valuable, and we are happy to get this success together. And before we announce the best oral and poster presentations, I would like to have some words from different organizations and faculties. It will be very nice to hear their contributions. That's why, firstly, I would like to give the word the head of the GLADER, Dr. Can Demir. We have very long time, very good collaborating, and we are collaborating together still now. And he is very experienced person for my life. Thank you very much, Dr. Can Demir. If you have got some contributions, I can translate. Hocam.
Hepinize iyi akşamlar. Sen çeviri yaparsın.
Yapacağım. Buyurun hocam.
İlki 2021'de yapılan ve dünyanın çeşitli yerlerinde basında yer alarak ses getiren kongrenin ikincisi için hem hoş geldiniz diyeyim hem de güle güle.
The first of this Congress has been performed last year, and this year we are doing the second one. That's why I'm saying to you welcome, and at the same time see you next time. Yeah. Devam edebiliriz hocam.
İkinci Uluslararası Biyolojik ve Sağlık Bilimleri Kongresi Afyonkarahisar merkezli olarak 4 günlük birlikteliğimiz sona geldi.
And after the 4 days, we have completed the successful conference, which is managed from the Afyonkarahisar.
Kongrenin başarılı geçmesinde yüksek katkısı olan Sayın Rektör, Sayın Dekan Turan Civelek ile Sayın Organizasyon Komitesi Başkanı Doçent Doktor Ulaş Acaröz'e gönülden tebrik ediyorum. Bu birlikteliğin önümüzdeki yıllar devam etmesini, başarıların da devamlı olmasını diliyorum.
I thank to the organizers, first the president of Afyonkarahisar University, Mehmet Karakaş, and then the dean of the Afyonkarahisar University, Turan Civelek, and the organizing committee executive, Ulaş Acaröz, for their efforts and contributions. And I hope this conference can continue in this same success.
Hope to see you at the next Congress. Thank you.
We thank you for your valuable contributions. And I would like to give words, if they agree, the valuable deans of different faculties. I see on my screen now Zafer Gönülalan, who is the dean of Bozok Veterinary Faculty. Hocam sesi gönderdim.
Çok teşekkür ederim. Değerli kongre başkanımız, emeği geçen bütün yöneticilerimize çok teşekkür ederim. Çok faydalı bir kongre oldu. Umuyorum aynı şekilde devam eder. Saygılar sunuyorum. Çok faydalı bilgiler edindik. Elimden geldiği kadar katılmaya çalıştım. Bundan sonrakilere de inşallah dört gözle bekliyoruz. Saygılar sunuyorum.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Zafer Gönülalan, who is the Dean of the Bozok Veterinary Faculty. He has congratulated the successful Congress, and he said he is looking forward to the next ones. Thank you very much, dear Professor. I see the Professor Dr. Ömer Çetin, who serves also Dean of Faculty. I'm opening his voice.
Merhaba
Ömer Hocam,
herkese.
açık sesiniz.
Tamam. Öncelikle Sayın Rektörümüzün nezdinde, Dekan Hocamızın nezdinde Ulaş Acaröz ve Damla Acaröz hocalarımıza çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bu yıl ikincisini başarılı bir şekilde gerçekleştirdiklerini gördük, şahit olduk hep birlikte. Tebrik ediyorum Ulaş'cığım. Önümüzdeki 3. kongremizin de ve uzaktan değil de yüz yüze olmasını ben şimdiden gönülden arzu ediyorum. İnşallah pandemide bu şekilde tek sağlık konseptinin de yoğun olarak işlendiği bu kongrede de dile getirildiği üzere inşallah pandemi ciddi anlamda ortadan kalkar ve bütün bilim insanları, ekranda gördüklerimiz bütün katılımcılarla tekrar yüz yüze görüşmeyi ümit ediyorum. Çok başarılı bir kongre olduğunu düşünüyorum ve devamını diliyorum. Bütün katılımcılara çok teşekkür ediyorum. Başarılarınızın devamını diliyorum Ulaş Hocam. İyi akşamlar, hoşça kalın.
Thank you very much, dear Dean, Professor Dr. Ömer Çetin. And he has given also the same wishes, and he has also added he wish the next time the Congress hopefully can be performed face-to-face platform. We hope also the same thing. Hopefully we can manage it to do face-to-face next time. Thank you very much for very good wishes of you. Dear Professor, sayın hocalarım, ekrandaki gördüğüme göre söz veriyorum. Ondan dolayı hani sırada bir kusur yaparsam kusuruma bakmayınız. I see the Vice Dean of Manas University, Fatih İstanbullu Gil, on the screen. Dear Professor Dr. Fatih İstanbullu Gil, we are waiting for your contributions.
Thank you. Dear participants, good evening, everyone. I congratulate the Associate Professor Dr. Ulaş Acaröz and Associate Professor Dr. Damla Acaröz and the Congress team for the realizing of the Congress. It was a very nice Congress in which more than 400 academic studies from more than 50 countries were present. Critique and respect to everyone from Kyrgyzstan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Fatih İstanbullugil. I see the Ömer Çakmak. He winked.
Thank you so much, dear Ulaş. First of all, I would like to congratulate you and the Congress team. I am very happy to be here for 4 days. I think that scientific presentations are made on very effective topics, so that I hope congratulations to all participants to see you at the next Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Ömer Çakmak. I see this Stefan Stankaciu. Dear Stefan Stankaciu, would you like to say something?
Yes, gladly.
Maybe
Yes.
first I can present you. Stefan Stankaciu is the General Secretary of International Apitherapy Association. At the same time, he is executive now Romanian Apitherapy Association, and he was also head of the German Apitherapy Association in the past. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Ulaş Acaröz. It was a marathon all these days, and I'm really inviting you. You are an extraordinary organizer with your colleagues, because to have so many scientists in such a short time And to make everybody happy, or almost everybody happy, is very, very good. Congratulations for this. I'd like to say only one word, because we are now facing not only the pandemic, but it is this problem, this war with Russia and Ukraine. And my thoughts here are that the bees have no borders. The beekeepers have no borders. The scientists should also have no borders. So let's continue our work, and let's look for the light. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stefan. I see the Meral Kekeçoğlu, who is the head of the Association of Düzce, the Search and Application Center head.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes, we can
okay.
hear you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ulaş. Also, first of all, I would like to thank to organizing committee for the best organization. There are many participants from many different countries, and they presented many different topics on their studies. Thank you very much for Congress. Also, I wish to hold the third Congress in next time face to face. I would like to thank you for your kind invitation, and you are welcome, all participants. Goodbye.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. I see the Cafer Yıldırım. He has very important things in the hippotherapy area in Turkey, and they are doing also one European project about that. Maybe he has got also some contributions.
I'm very appreciate this speech opportunities for me, and I would like to thank all the speakers and participants from other countries. So next time we hope we can organize some face-to-face Congress, and also we can organize a new project under the antimicrobial resistance calls, under the European Union calls or Horizon Europe. So we are open-minded with Professor Ulaş Acaröz and other researchers in Turkey, and new collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cafer Yıldırım, for your contributions. There is also very experienced person about the One Health here. He is from Kocaeli University. Dr. Rüştü Taştan is working since long time about the One Health. Maybe he has got also some words to say.
Ulaş Hocam, teşekkür ederim. Sesim geliyor mu?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorun yok. Ben Türkçe konuşacağım için üzgünüm. Size zahmet olacak çeviri. Kısa.
Not problem yet. Yes.
Teşekkür ederim. Öncelikle ikinci kongrede de çok daha katılımlı uluslararası olan bu kongrenin bir farklı nitelik taşıdığını vurgulamak istiyorum.
First, I would like to state the second Congress has got a very different point of contribution in this area.
Girişte Ulaş Hocam tek sağlık konusunda ilgilendiğime dair atıfta bulundu. Evet, ben de tek sağlık üzerinden sizlerle konuşmak istiyorum.
I would like to also some words on the One Health, because I am working since long time on this area.
Bu kongrede izleyebildiğim kadarıyla tam da tek sağlık ruhuna uygun iki kavram öne çıktığını görüyorum.
I see in this Congress two very important things on the One Health concept.
Birisi apiterapi, izleyebildiğim kadarıyla tekrar söylüyorum. Birisi apiterapi, diğerisi hipoterapi. Her iki yaklaşımın disiplinler arası, hatta meslekler arası bir çalışma olması tam da tek sağlık konusunun merkezini oluşturmaktadır 21. yüzyıl dinamikleri çerçevesinde.
It was very important what he said about that, because in this Congress, two very important topics was focused. One of them was the apitherapy, the other one is the hippotherapy, because the both science could be performed by multidisciplinary approach. That's why I am thinking it is very important, he said.
Kapanış konuşmasında biraz uzun konuştuğumun farkındayım ya da bir çeşit korsan bildiri gibi olacak ama izninizle iki düşüncemi eleştirel olarak belirtmek istiyorum.
Hocam sevinirim de şu anda 130 civarında katılımcımız var. Mümkün olduğunca herkese söz vermek.
Toparlıyorum. Peki tamam, toparlayacağım. Sürenin kısalığı nedeniyle eleştirimden vazgeçtim. Ulaş Hoca öyle söyledi. Eğer ben Ulaş Hoca için ve sevgili eşi Damla Hoca için şu cümleleri kurmasam bu konuşmanın benim açımdan bir anlamı yoktur. Türkçe'de leyleği havada gördük ya da gördünüz derler. Sevgili Acaröz çifti özür diliyorum. Acaröz çifti, Acaröz hocalar bir yıl boyunca değişik ülkelerde, değişik bilim ortamlarında işbirliği yaptıklarını sosyal medyada yakından takip etmiştim.
Çok teşekkür ederim hocam. He said they are working since 1 year, Ulaş and Damla, in the abroad for making some collaboration, scientific collaborations. Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz.
Bitiriyorum. Bitiriyorum. Teşekküre geçmeden önce kongremizin bilimsel kurulunda yer almaktan onur duyuyorum. Kongremizin programını incelediğimizde dünyada tek sağlık konusu çok farklı alanlarda zoonozların dışında konuşulurken bu kongrede bir bildiride başlık olarak yer almış olması daha çok bu konuya eğilmemiz gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Üçüncü kongrede sizlerle birlikte olmaktan, daha yenilikleri, daha güncel konuları konuşmaktan mutluluk duyacağımı ifade ediyorum. Bu konuda birlikte çalışmak isteyenler için grupta iletişim adreslerimi vermiştim. İletişime geçebiliriz. Herkese teşekkür ediyorum. İyi akşamlar diliyorum. Hoşça kalın.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Rüştü Taştan, for your valuable contributions. And he says at the end, he is also very open for the scientific corporations who are working in this area. And I see the Professor Dr. Hakan Yardımcı. Maybe Hakan Hocam would like to say also some words.
Yes.
Hocam
Ulash, hello. I'm sorry because I am out of the home or office, but I am going to follow you and I am watching you. I think it was a very nice and a scientific congress and for us. I think you have a very you and Damla and scientific committee has a very high performance as before. I think we will make many congress with you, and I want to say goodbye and hello to everyone. See you again.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Professor Hakan Yardımcı. We have succeeded this together with our organizing committee. I would like to give the words our organizing committee members. Dr. Tuncer Çakmak is here. Tuncer abi, seni dinliyoruz.
Teşekkürler Sayın Başkan.
Tüm katılımcılara iyi akşamlar diliyorum.
I'm greeting all the participants.
Thanks. Bu yıl ikincisini düzenlediğimiz Biyoloji ve Uluslararası Biyoloji ve Sağlık Kongremizi başarıyla nihayete erdirdik. Katkılarından dolayı gerek şahsınız nezdinde organize komitesine, bilim komitesine ve özellikle mutfak diye tabir ettiğimiz arka planda her aşamada gece yarına kadar bizlere desteklerini esirgemeyen arkadaşlarımıza burada isimlerini tek tek saymayacağım ama onlar kendilerini biliyorlar. Şu anda da burada görüyorum onları. Çok çok teşekkür ediyorum. İnşallah bir aksilik olmazsa gelecek yılki kongremizde yine sizleri görmek isteriz. Ben tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Başarılar diliyorum. Teşekkür ederim Sayın Başkan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Çakmak. Dr. Çakmak has said very important thing because here we are working with our undergraduate and master and doctoral students together, and their work is very valuable. Without their works, we were not able to succeed this conference. Individually for each of them, we are expressing our appreciation. Thank you very much for reminding about that. And Halil abi de burada. Halil hocam, the other organizing committee member Halil Yalçın is also here. Maybe he has got also some words.
Herkese saygılarımı sunuyorum. Özellikle şahsen tanıdığım büyüklerim ve hocalarıma, yurt dışından katılan hocalarımıza saygılar sunuyorum. Tuncay Hocam'ın belirttiği her şeye katılıyorum. Gerçekten güzel bir ekip. 2 yıldır çok uyumlu bir şekilde çalışıyoruz. İnşallah 3. senede. Bu sene geçen seneki acemiliklerimizden bazılarını bertaraf edebildik. İnşallah 3. senede daha güzel bir şekilde eksiklerimizi tamamlayarak, her geçen gün ilerleyerek karşınıza çıkmayı öneriyoruz. Her zaman beraber olmak dileğiyle.
Thank you very much for your words. He agreed with the words of the Dr. Tuncay Çakmak, and he also stated we are improving every year one more step, and hopefully in the third one we will do more better conference for you and together. I see the Professor Dr. Katerina Blogria here. Maybe she wants to say something. Her microphone doesn't work. Her microphone doesn't work. The Professor Dr. Abdulrita Sarhan from the Iraq, about dentistry he is working. The Professor Dr. Abdulrita, would you like to say something about the conference? I'm opening your voice. Just I demanded that, yeah, okay.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Good evening. Well, I am very happy, Dr. Olash, for great success for the Congress, and there is a good topics, good scientists, and really it was 4 days with different topics. So I'm very happy, really, for your invitation to the scientific committee, and I hope we will meet next year in the 3rd Congress. Thank you very much.
I thank you, the Professor Dr. Abdulrita. Burada benim için çok önemli birisi var.
Thank you.
Ahmet Çakır Hoca, benim ilk danışman hocam. Bana söz vermedi dedi ama ben onsuz geçmek istemiyorum. There is here very important person in my life, Professor Dr. Ahmet Çakır. He said he don't want to say something, but I don't want to miss him because he's very important in my life. Hocam yeah.
Okay, Dr. Acaröz, thank you so much, first of all. And also, I'd like to say to all participants for all supports and all contributions, and congrats to all your team and the other scientists and academics from all over the world. And secondly, I'd like to say about the war, ongoing war now between and Ukraine and Russia. I'm so upset about that. I wish to all innocent people as soon as possible peace. And okay, that's what I want to say. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmet Çakır. Ahmet Hocam. Katerina is here. Katerina, I demanded to open
Yes,
your
I'm here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Mükemmel bir organizasyon için tebrikler. I hope my Turkish was okay, you understood. I'm really very grateful to be a part of the scientific committee, and thank you for inviting me. It was an excellent conference. You have really put so much effort in organizing. I congratulate to the whole team. We heard of an excellent presentations, and I have even make contact with some of the presenters, the invited speakers. They opened up so many questions, and it was a really pity that we couldn't have time and possibility to talk and discuss in person. And as a follow-up to the comment of the professor just before me, I would say that the only war we should take is war with knowledge and not with weapons. I hope that next year we will have the opportunity to meet in person and discuss everything what is going on in science and the field. Everyone of us is working just in person and tete-a-tete. All the best, stay safe, and see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Professor Katerina. Anna Durrani from Pakistan, Professor Dr. Anna Durrani raised her hand. Can we open her voice? İnternet bağlantı problemi olmuş sanırım. Miyase Hocam, sizden birkaç cümle almak isteriz.
İyi akşamlar herkese. Başta Afyon Kocatepe Üniversitesi Rektörü ve Dekanına olmak üzere sevgili Ulaş ve Damla hocamız, organizasyon komitesini tebrik ediyorum. Bir önceki kongreye göre daha çok katılımcı ve daha güzel, birbirinden güzel poster ve sözlü sunumlar yapıldı. Tebrik ediyorum. Önümüzdeki sene görüşmek üzere, kutluyorum.
Thank you very much for your nice words. She also stated the quality of the Congress is increasing year by year, and see you next year, she mentioned. Thank you very much for your contribution. There is also a very experienced person here about the veterinary medicine. He has got more than 40 years in this area in veterinary medicine. Gültekin Bilgin from the Bezmi Alem University. Maybe he wants to say something.
Hepinize iyi akşamlar. Tüm katılımcıları saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyorum. Başta Afyon Kocatepe Rektörü bu şeye destek verdiği için Veteriner Fakültesi Dekanı ve Ulaş Hocam'la Damla Hocam'a çok teşekkür ediyorum bu organizasyon için. Gerçekten birincisi muhteşem olmuştu bana göre. Bu ikincisi ondan daha çok muhteşem oldu. Üçüncüsünün ne kadar muhteşem olacağını düşünemiyorum bile gerçekten. Bunun neden söyledim? Gerçekten daha birkaç gün geçtikten sonra sözlü bildiri kontenjanı dolmuştu. Yani ondan sonra arkasından poster kontenjanı da oldu. Yani ben 4 posterle öğrencilerimle birlikte katıldım. Özellikle şunu söylemek istiyorum. Davetli konuşmacı kısmı muhteşemdi. Dolu dolu dinledik. Zaman zaman katılamadığım oldu ama çoğunlukla katılmaya çalıştım. Çok güzel bilgiler edindik. Hem mesleğimle ilgili hem insan sağlığıyla ilgili gıda zehirlenmeleriyle ilgili, işte COVID-19'la ve bütün ilgiyle izledim. Gerçekten yeni bilgiler katıldığını da gördüm. Bunun dışında yüksek teknolojili cihazlarla yapılan analizleri sergilediler. Muhteşemdi gerçekten. Gerek yağ asitleriydi, işte fenolik maddeler, bunları gerçekten çok güzeldi. Ulaş Hocam, size ve Damla Hocama çok teşekkür ederim. Çok yoruldunuz, emeğiniz geçti. Tüm katılımcılara saygılarımı sunuyorum. Bir daha kongrede buluşmak üzere. Saygı ve sevgilerimi sunuyorum. Teşekkürler.
He said this first congress was good and the second one was better, and I cannot imagine the third one, but he said the invited speaker section was very valuable because very good scientists in this area made the presentations. He stated about that, and many different areas related to One Health has been performed during the conference, and he congratulated about that. One of the organizing committee member, Dr. Gamze Çakmak, would like to also say something, maybe. Gamze Hocam.
Good evening, every valuable participants. I would like to thank to the organizing committee of this congress, this nice and successful congress, and dear Dr. Ulaş Acaröz and dear Dr. Damla Acaröz, thank you very much for this congress. And I want to say that I will wait for the next congress of the biohealth. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much.
We thank you for your valuable contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Dr. Omar Bessam Bua from the Pakistan raised his hand, and he said next week he will come for a congress to the Turkey. He wanted to say something. Dear Ömer, we are hearing you. I demanded to open your voice.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor, for the organization of this second international Congress on biological and health science. And I found, or all the presentation that submit in this second Congress, it's very interesting and touch different kinds or different kinds of scientific topics, and I hope to you and your team succeed in the future Congress, inshallah. And I wish to be with you, inshallah, in the third international Congress with the new communication or communication, inshallah. But in my observation, I observe that my title of presentation is not submit in the website Bio Health Congress presentation, and my presentation, my title of the presentation, named. Wait a minute, please. Maybe, but I'm not sure. But
dear professor, maybe we can speak about it in the details, because would you like to say something to the public about the conference? Then we can continue with the other participants, because they are raising also their hands.
The name of my presentation is Effect of Saccharomyces cerevisiae, Field Segmentation on Hematology.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Professor, for your contribution. And then I would like to open the voice, Dr. Alex Atanasov. I think he has got internet break. And Istemihan Khan, Professor Dr. Istemihan Khan from Germany, at the same time from the Pakistan. He is working since long time about the One Health, and he has also contributed one of our seminars in Turkey, and it is very nice to him here. We are happy to listen to you, Professor Dr. Khan.
Yes, thank you very much to give me the opportunity to speak a little bit about the Congress. First of all, I congratulate you and your team. It's a very nice session to hear a lot of scientific information that share at international forum, and a lot of information that comes in terms of the public health and zoonotic diseases. And in future, I wish that there may be a joint venture program between Pakistan and Turkey, because our university, that is Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, and it is more than 100 years old institution in Pakistan, and also fall in the ranking, world ranking, our university. So I wish that in future there may be a joint venture program in terms of Congress or in terms of the conference or the seminar series, because my area of interest, that is veterinary public health. My PhD is from Freie University Berlin in veterinary public health, and I wish that in future we have some joint venture program between your departments and our departments. For example, I am the head of the clinical sciences, and I have seen that many presentations, seminars, that work that we can share in future together. So at this time, the scientific committee members from all different other countries, but in future, the conference or the congress that may be arranged in collaboration between two or more than two countries, that would open the horizon of scientific communication in future. And at the end, I once again congratulate all the team members from Turkey, particularly Dr. Ulas, and all the scientific communities. Once again, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Khan, for your contribution. And Dr. Alex Atanasov from Trakya University is here. He is very good friend of us. Maybe he wants to say also about something about the conference.
Dear Professor Ulaş, first I want to thank you very much for your excellent management of what has turned out to be successful and high stimulating conference. I enjoyed the conference the last 3 days, and very much interesting talks, nice participants, and of course wonderful organization. I do appreciate your painstaking work for the organization and engagement of the conference, and needless to say, your Turkish hospitality, of course. It will be nice to see this interdisciplinary congress next time face to face, and I wish you next year really have opportunity to meet again. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, dear Dr. Atanasov. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution.
The pleasure was mine.
Thank you. Professor Nihat Sıddıki from Saudi Arabia raised her hand. Dear Professors Nihat Sıddıki, we are happy to listen you.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yes,
I
yes.
just want to thank you, Professor Ulas and Professor Damla, for this excellent organization of the conference. And it was really very nice. We had a huge knowledge of, I think, every aspect of scientific field was covered in this conference. And I know it was a Herculean task for you, but you did it very nicely. And I am looking forward for the next conference to see you next year. And I'm happy to be a part of this conference. Thank you once again for the nice conference.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Nihat Sıddıki. I see also one person who is working intensively with Professor Cafer Yıldırım about the hippotherapy, and Ali Ekber Ün is also here. Maybe he wanted to say also something about the hippotherapy.
İyi akşamlar diliyorum. Çok güzel bir kongrede değerli bilgiler edindik. Kongreye katılan hocalarıma ve başta Ulaş ve Damla hocama, organizasyon komitesine çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bizleri bilimin ışığında topladığı için. Herkese sağlıklı, mutlu günler diliyorum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Ekber Ün, for your valuable contributions. And maybe now we can start. Now we can start announcing the best poster presentations. Can you give me the list? The best third. We are not starting from the best one. We are starting from the third one. The third one, best poster presentation was gained. Dr. Manish Kumar Verma from India. Since 4 days we are not sleeping. That's why our English we are very tired. Sorry for that. Dear Dr. Manish, we are happy to listen you.
Yes. Hello. I'm audible.
Hello. We can hear you.
Yes, I'm audible. Thank you so much, sir. Good evening. First up, good evening to all organizing Congress committee for giving me sharing for a poster presentation, and I am thankful for got third poster presentation award. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations again. I am announcing now the best second poster presentation. It is gained by Dr. Taraneh Muhammadi from Iran. Dr. Taraneh, we are happy to listen you.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening from Iran. I don't know what I say, and just I'm thankful again for this opportunity, and I hope next time we see you face to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The best poster presentation is also related with the apitherapy. This is gained by Dr. Anna Gorekka. We are happy to listen you.
Dear organizers, dear respected participants, I would like to thank you for appreciating my poster presentation. I would like to thank you for the opportunity of attending a second time in this huge and wonderful event. It is a magnificent way of sharing and exchanging our knowledge. I hope soon we will have opportunity to meeting each other and the next Congress on biological health sciences will give us this opportunity. On behalf of Silesian Medical University, I would like to congratulate President of this event, all people who contribute to this event. I wish you further success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna. Before we are announcing the best oral presentation. I would like to give the word to Professor Dr. Kola Doğukane from Algeria. We are happy to listen to you, dear Professor.
Hello, dear Dr. Olaş. Çok teşekkürat dirim Hüsam. It's okay.
It is perfect.
Yes, so I would like to express again my deep and sincere congratulations and thanks to all the contributors in this big event, International Scientific Committee, Organized Committee, speakers and the participants. And I wish again to see everybody in the next edition, third one, and I hope that it will be face to face. So thank you again for this opportunity. You are giving me the opportunity to participate and to contribute, and we are already ready to collaborate and contribute in projects and everything, because the two people, Algerian and Turkish, we love Turkish people very, very much, and we have a very strong relationship between us, and I have a lot of friends and colleagues from Turkey. So I wish you a big success and good continuation, and see you again. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kola Doğukane. And previously we have also performed together an international seminar on the seafood, and Dr. Anette Belçik contributed to us with her presentation. She is also here today. Maybe she wants to say also some words.
Hello.
Hello. Dear Aneta, we cannot hear you. Can you open your voice? Aneta, we cannot hear you. Can you open your voice? I demand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you
okay.
see me and can you hear me? Okay. I'm in shock. Very thank you. Many thanks to Dr. Ulas for this invitation, and all scientific committee for big work and big event. So good job. Thank you for this distinction. I'm very glad. So I thank you, and I would like to see you face to face in next year, maybe. Thank you very much.
We thank you for your contribution. Two very young scientists is here. They have completed their PhD in Swiss. And firstly, I wanted to give the word the ladies. Maybe Dr. Esin Keleş wants to say something about that, and afterwards we will listen to Dr. Halil Ozancan.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
First of all, I would like to say congratulations to all committee of the Congress, and I'm happy, very happy to be a member of scientific committee. During these days, we got lots of information from the scientists who are from different countries. Even there are some time difference. Thanks to all, special thanks to these researchers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Ozan, we would like to listen to you.
All right. Thank you so much giving me chance to announce something about the Congress. I am so happy to be part of the scientific committee because this Congress is becoming more popular in the world. Most of the researchers are gathering each other with Zoom, and this COVID pandemic is providing a new opportunity, and we used to know how to play Zoom gathering. We know very well now, and that's why we get the lots of valuable information from the prestigious researcher. And then you and Damla provided good opportunity for all of the researcher, because most of the researchers are collaborating each other. Inshallah, third one will be face to face. Thank you so much. You and Damla is idol for us. You are phenomenal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. There is one word, it's thought to be said by Professor Dr. Albert Einstein: without the bees, it is not possible to live in this world. That's why there is one scientist here working with the bees, Professor Dr. Delka Salkova from Bulgaria. She is working Professor Dr. Gurkova. Maybe, can you open yours? Maybe Dr. Salkova wants to say something about that. Dear Salkova, we have opened your voice.
Yes, just a moment.
During you are managing your microphone, I would like to also announce here with Dr. Stefan Stangaciu, we are planning to organize an international conference about the BRA and apitherapy in June. We would like to invite you to our conference about the bees. And after Delka, after giving the word to Delka, I think Stefan wants to say something.
No, it's okay. I wait for Delka.
Okay. Dear Delka, I'm trying to open your voice. Now it is open.
Did you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you. It was a great pleasure to take a participation in your conference. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry.
We can perfectly hear you. Everything's fine.
It was great pleasure to, I'm sorry. It was great to take a participation in your Congress. I wish you, all of you, best. Take care. Best. I'm sorry. I'm very.
Everything is fine. Thank you very much for your contribution. Yes. It is nice to.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure to take a participation in your Congress, and I wish you all the best. And maybe you see you later next year face to face.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear Professor Dr. Gürhan Çiftçioğlu is here. He is a very experienced person in the international events and international collaborations. I don't know, can we open his? Hocam, Gürhan hocam.
Şu anda geliyor mu sesim?
Evet hocam, duyuyoruz sizi.
Harika. İngilizce ben devam edebilirim. Actually, the international congresses are very important platforms for international scientists and the scientific era, which a lot of scientists sharing their ideas, and also the more importantly, the scientists open the very important subjects and emerging subjects into discussion, and also they are sharing their scientific activities and knowledges between them. In international multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary manner. This is very important, which is a big success in the science. I am very glad that this Congress was one of the successful example of this international Congress. That's why, therefore, I would like to congratulate Dr. Ulaş Acaröz, Damla Acaröz, and organizing committee, and also under the wings of the Afyon Kocatepe University, Rectorate Office and Dean Office. That's why I would like to thank Dr. Ulaş Acaröz and the organizing committee to giving us this opportunity to join and listen very interesting subjects, presentations, and poster presentations. Thank you very much.
Gürhan Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz. Dear Professor Dr. Gürhan Çiftçioğlu, thank you very much for valuable contribution. It was very nice to do something together with you. And we are starting now announcing the best oral presentations. We are starting with the third one. And the third best presentation is performed again with, it is also related with the, again, apitherapy. It is gained by Nariama Segueni from Algeria. Dear Dr. Segueni, we are happy to listen you.
Thank you, dear Professor Olas. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes. Dear respected researchers, first of all, greetings from Algeria. I feel that I'm very honored to be awarded in such great events. It's an honor for me to be awarded here. I would like to say congratulations, dear Professor Ulaş Acaröz and all the organization team for the well organization of this great event and for giving us the opportunity to meet such eminent researcher and to exchange knowledge between us. I participated in the first and the second events, and each time it was a great pleasure for me. I hope I will take part in the next event, and this time I hope it will be face-to-face to have the opportunity to discuss with all of you, and see you next year, inshallah.
Inshallah, thank you very much. And the best second oral presentation has been gained by a very young scientist, Dr. Tayfun Dikmen. We are happy to listen you, dear Dr. Dikmen.
Thank you, dear doctor. Greetings from Turkey. I'm very honored to be awarded by you, and I'm very happy to be a part of this Congress. This was my very first oral presentation, and being awarded by this award is very important for me. It has been a huge boost for my motivation, and I would like to thank the jury and the organization committee for this opportunity. Good night.
We appreciate your very nice presentation and for your effort. Thank you very much for participating in the Congress, Dr. Tayfun. And the best oral presentation has been awarded to Dr. Maciej Kochanowski. He's worked very important parasites, anisakis. Dear Dr. Maciej, we would like to listen you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. Thank you for this distinction. It's a great honor for me. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very valuable conference, which join researchers from different fields of science. And congratulations to organizer for a great work and all participants for a very interesting presentation. All the best for everybody. Thank you.
We congratulate you. It was very successful presentation. congratulate again. And I would like to give word to one of the organizing committee member, Dr. Mehmet Aydın Akalan. He was very ill, but if he is suitable, we would like to listen a few words from him in Turkish or in English. Mehmet abi söz sende. Mehmet abi duyuyor musun bizi? I think he has got some internet connection problems. Also, Ayesha Nouri from the India is here. He is very good scientist. Dr. Ayesha, we would like to listen you. Your microphone doesn't work. Now it's working.
Last, for giving me an opportunity to be this part of this Congress. This is first time I participated in Turkey for this conference, and thank you for the interaction with the small WhatsApp chat we had with. And I think the efforts you have put to getting all the different scientific committees and different participants, it was a huge, I think it is a very success, because the interaction with different people and different topics, I came to know about this. Thank you for organizing. I hope to meet you in person in upcoming conference in future, inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Ulas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ayesha Nur. The brother countries, Turkish and Azerbaijan, and Dr. Kamala Badava is from Azerbaijan. Maybe she wants to say also something about conference and One Health.
Merhaba, merhaba Ulaş Bey, merhaba hepinize. Thank you very much for invitation for such a wonderful event, and thank you for the organization committee for this very interesting event, where I meet a lot of interesting people, a lot of interesting scientists, and here I see my friend Ahmad Ali from India. And thank you very much for this invitation. Teşekkür ederim hepinize.
You are welcome. And Professor Ovais, he will come next week here to Turkey for a conference. He wants to say something. We are happy to listen to you, dear Ovais.
Yes, thank you so much, really. It's about 10 o'clock in the night, and it is my sleeping time. And tomorrow I'm going to deliver 4 lectures, inshallah, in my university. Thank you very much, really. It was amazing to be here with you people and to learn so many, new topics. I am really thankful to Professor Ulas. I'm not shaking my hand because I'm not going to deliver the lecture, as mentioned my moderator previously. Professor Ulas, it is very nice. I have a student whose wife is doing PhD under your supervision. Please, he just called me and he appreciated my presentation, and he said, my Sayyida, I don't know what's her name, she's your student. So it is really amazing to be here. And I would like my another professor, Ihtisham Khan from my university. He commented well. I am I am in the favor of his comments that we should be having collaboration because this is a flower vase from different countries, from different areas, and we should actually cooperate and coordinate with each other. I request you to have a please email address having same email content so that we can communicate with each other. Fortunately, I'm also coming to Konya on 8th of March. There is a conference there in Turkey. Hopefully I will meet you people who are there in Turkey. Thank you so much. Really, it was an amazing conference. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us all from this pandemic. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your nice words. Of course, we will collaborate, and every academician is here also for the collaboration. I think it can cause a collaboration network between the academician here. It is one of the aims of the conference. And I would like to announce again the Dr. Mehmet Aydın Akalan. Maybe he wants to say something because he has given also lots of work during the conference. Mehmet abi dinliyor seni.
Thank you all of the participants for being a part of this great organization. Due to the health problems, I'm not with you, the organizing committee. Sorry for that. But I want to congratulate you, Associated Professor Ulaş and Damla Ajaros, such a great and big organization. And thank all the participants. See you next time.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Mehmet Aydın Akalan. And Boyne Hasna wants to say something. We are opening her voice. Your microphone is open, but we cannot hear you. Dear Dr. Hasna, we cannot hear you. Your voice is very low. Maybe you can increase it. I'm demanding it again. Yes, it is open.
It's okay. So thank you so much for this organization, and I hope that we will see next in the next Congress, inshallah, face to face maybe. So çok teşekkür ederim, and her şey harika oldu.
Thank you very much. At the end of this Congress, many people will be able to speak Turkish. I think it is very, very nice for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was in Turkish, so I know in Kilis. I know some words
okay.
in Turkish.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Actually, I would like to thank the Congress Secretary. I would like to demand open their cameras, because without them it was not possible to manage this organization. They are undergraduate students, master students, and doctoral students of us. I would like to say their names by one. And Duygu, I would like to thank Duygu Uğurlu. I would like to thank Barış Kaçmaz. I would like to thank Dr. Ali Soylu. I would like to thank Melike Akay. I would like to thank Nurtaç Küçükbüyürü. I would like to thank Fatih Küçükbüyürü. I would like to thank Mehmet Aydın Akalan. I would like to thank Fahriye Kan. I would like to thank Sezen Evrenkaya. I would like to thank Büşra Boduroğlu. I hope I didn't forget any of them, because as I said at the beginning, without their support, it was impossible to manage this organization. And thank you again. In front of you, I would like to thank all of them. For the organization committee also, Dr. Gamze Çakmak, Dr. Tuncer Çakmak, Dr. Halil Yalçın, and everybody who has contributed to Congress. I appreciate. Dr. Ahmet Ali wants to also say something. Dear Dr. Ahmet Ali, we would like to hear you. We see you, we can hear you also.
Yes, a very good night, Dr. Ulas from India. Yes, please go ahead with your thanks to the team member who have contributed day and night And a simple thank will not be enough for you and your efforts and your team. I do remember the chats and the calls which we have spent together, and your efforts in organizing this second edition of the conference. I am with you since before the first organization of the conference. So I know, I mean, you have put such a lot of effort to bringing all these people together. And this edition has been much better than the first one. I congratulate you and I salute you for your efforts, Dr. Ulas, and your team. Wonderful organization. And it has really given an opportunity to the youngsters to present their work and make a presence of them in this scientific among the scientific community. So a big salute to you, a big congratulations, and lots of appreciation to you, Dr. Ulas, and your team. Dr. Damla is also there. So with this few words, and I must congratulate you for your this successful organization. And as everyone wished, looking forward to the face-to-face conference in the next edition. Thank you, Dr. Ulas. Thank you so much.
We thank you, Dr. Ahmet Ali. Hopefully, we can manage next time a face-to-face conference. It is also the wish all of us, and slowly we are going to close the session. If I overlooked somebody who wants to say something additionally, we would like to happy to listen him or her. Just click on the reaction button. Then after listening to you, we will close the session. The Kamala Badova made a reaction. Yeah.
Evet, Ulaş Bey, ben inşallah növbəti səfərə Azərbaycanda bir kongres olacaq, oraya bəkleriz inşallah. Və I want to welcome to you all participants in Azerbaijan for next time. Inshallah, we want to make one congress, actual problems of medicine. So I am an assistant professor of Azerbaijan Medical University. We will wait of all you in Azerbaijan, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Maybe before we close, everybody can open his camera and we can make a photo together. Afterwards, we can close the conference. Eğer mümkünse hep birlikte bir fotoğraf verebiliriz. Sonrasında da oturumumuzu kapatalım. If it is possible, we can make together one photo. That's why could you open your cameras? Then afterwards we can close.
We really thank to all of the participants.
Oh, sorry. I have very big mistake. We would like to listen to Dr. Damla.
I really want to thank to all of the participants and organizing committee, scientific committee. We didn't achieve alone. We achieved with you, and thank you a million times, and see you next time. Thank you.
Oh, it was very big mistake for me, because it was not possible to manage this organization without the support of the Damla.
Wow.
Okay. And we have opening the second page, and we get also the photo from here, and the third page, and fourth page. Thank you very much, dear participants, and hopefully see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Isso,